misfits, one and all, to tonight's episode of Call Me Skeptical. A little bit skeptical. Does morality come from religion? Dun, dun, dun. That's right, where tonight we are opening up the internet phone lines to see if anyone can help us understand why someone would think morality came from religion. So, won't you join? Permission? Oh, can I go on my knees?
Denied. Where's Peter's soundboard?
Denied. So won't you join James W. and myself, Amy Newman, for an ethically, with your pinky out, good time.
An immoral good time.
I do have to set up my Atheist Handbook to the Old Testament, Volume 1, but there's also Volume 2 on sale from Dr. Josh, and also the Satanic Verses. He recently had, I believe, a PR event go on where a religious gentleman who wanted to fight for religious morality decided that it would be a good idea to sell more copies of the Satanic Verses.
Okay. Why don't you just put like a picture of Dr. Josh under there with a heart on it, Amy, and maybe
oh my, that's
like your text now number. I mean, I don't know.
I was gonna say, you generally have like a big heart pillow for that. Dr. Josh. Well, it's nice that skeptics actually appreciate academics, because let me tell you,
that is true.
All we get is from religious people and conspiracy theorists, is shitting all over science, scientific consensus, the scientific process.
Knowledge itself.
Yes. Which science is Latin for knowledge, though it's more about just the books.
Oh, wow, scapegoat, yeah.
It is really about the peer review. And now I'm looking, what is up, everyone out there on
scapegoat is scary, calling Amy out. But, I mean, that would be like similar to the ones that Beamsy posts of Ken Hovind with the male whales. With the whales displaying their anatomy.
No. I was going to say a picture of Dr. Josh with a heart, a giant heart.
Yeah,
though I will say, I'm not going to say that wasn't on my mind either. Though, what
not
were we
that she'd be averse to that. Yeah.
Exactly. Woohoo! Sending
Pat,
love.
$1, making it rain.
That's right. In fact, what Pat was trying to tell us was boom, 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 boom.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much, Pat. I like to think that I have those handy at all times, just like you're talking with a flat earther or a creationist, and you're just like, they're talking about how sad it is that they are being, oh man, you should see we're getting kicked off the internet for not spreading.
Nathan got kicked off of Tinder of all things.
Tinder. Oh my, poor Nathan. But we're sending love. What is up, A Doubting Thomas? What is up, Jason Jacoby? What is up, the Queen of
Jena.
Production Tank
Jena.
Gang? What is up, Jena?
Satan's little helper.
In fact, what is up, everyone? We're about to say hello to everyone.
Consider that so.
Like Satan's little helper, God equals the square root of -1, scapegoat, Marshall, James Wolfe, But if you would like to also get your name shouted out and join us, well, hey, don't forget to like, follow, or subscribe, because once you do, you gain access to that bell icon, which will send you reminders to come join the live stream.
You know it.
Ogre and Spooky. Woo!
You know, we're early
What's
in the
up,
night
y'all?
if we see Ogre on.
I know this is basically daylight for us.
Crack of dawn, yeah.
Very much so. However, we are a skeptic channel. This is very much true. And including the two schmucks.
Can we say that? I guess we can.
Very much before that. Yeah, I guess we're going to have to say. However, Call Me Skeptical is specifically looking for views that don't agree with our own. So if you fit the bill, then the link to join the show will soon head into chat and on screen. We also love people who do agree with us, atheists, skeptics, and science-minded people. Though, if you think the world is 6,000 years old, that evolution is a hoax, or that the world is flat, well then, OG Willigers, you should speak to us right.
You've called the right place.
That's right.
We want to hear from you.
Sending love to another scientist, Marty, mad scientist.
Thank you for the $2 Canadian. Thank you so much, Marty.
And it is a super sticker of, hey, you. In fact, let me see if I can find my glasses. But they are wearing sunglasses. Oh, this is my half one.
Thug Life glasses. There you
Thug
go.
Life. Sending so much love, Marty.
Thank you, Marty, mad scientist,
for the support.
Thank you. Good to see you, Iseni. Yep, fellow apes. Yeah, they. Ken Hovind had another lesson about that the other day. He didn't like it, but he's still an ape.
Yeah, they don't really like that we are apes when we say. They often get, oh, your mom's a monkey, and then we have to point out that monkeys and apes are not the same thing.
They don't have a problem with being a mammal, but somewhere along the line they stop and they have an issue with it.
Exactly. Somewhere among the skulls of fossils, it gets a little bit fuzzy, and all of the creationists seem to disagree. Dun, dun, dun. The sun is a hoax. I knew it.
I mean,
a fantastic...
a reflection of the moon bouncing off the dome, and I don't know.
Just one more thank you. Thank you so very much, Marty.
Thank you, Marty.
For all of the support. But also, the sun is a hoax reminds me of Birds Are Not Real, which is a campaign that's basically trying to troll creationists, but it's like it's Poe level, because
I think the guy who posted that one said that basically all kinds of he was showing zoo animals, and he said they've got to be animatronic. There's no way those can be real animals.
Right. It's the CIA and FBI, and I assume Mossad, because why not? That is actually spying on you from birds.
Hans Wormhat. I don't know if he's still active. He's the one who said history isn't real because people wouldn't battle like they did, like they battled in ancient history. You would never have just hordes of people running at each other and killing each other.
See, I have a completely separate claim, which is that the History Channel is not real. But that may be completely separate.
That's a difference. Another animal.
Next on the History Channel, have we found Atlantis? All right. Anyway, sending so much love to Tim and Pure Aussie Gold and Jupiter Darnum and Skywatcher and we'll keep and Norfolk, and we'll keep on sending out love to everybody. But I think we're going to do the tradition here, which is that we are going to, or the new tradition that I found on Call Me Skeptical is we're
works.
going to send the link out while we are doing and sending out love and our housekeeping, because we find that skeptics have like the patience of the saints that they think exist. They'll wait for hours, but creationists are like, look, if you don't put us on now, we're gone. For whatever reason.
I've got better things to do. I can watch Matt Powell polish Ken Hoven's balls. I mean, that would be amazing to watch. Of course, his bowling balls, people get your minds out of the gutter. They do bowling, and Matt Powell is very good at polishing.
You want to get your mind out of the gutter, you want to get a strike.
There you go.
Bowling joke, ladies and gentlemen. That is the caliber we're bringing tonight.
They expect nothing less. They know what they're getting.
Nothing less. Exactly. But ladies and gentlemen, the StreamYard link is going into the chatosphere. We are live on YouTube, on Twitch, on Facebook, and Twitter. You can't see the comments on Twitter, but now you can see it on screen. And so
we're also on what is that? Soros Net.
Yeah. Well, we're on Soros
or the New World
Net,
Order.
And specific clips on here I upload to Pornhub. But besides that,
and then the
what are we talking about?
Jewish reptilian lizards for the win.com. I think we're on there too.
Exactly. Oh my, and we're starting to get people to join. Which is fantastic, because we are calling me skeptical tonight on Does Morality Come From Religion? And we are about to go into our first call. We got
streams out there, Titan Uranus. Maybe do like 2 or 3 Patreons real quick, and then we'll...
That's true. We could call some out. Woo-hoo. What is up, Titan Uranus? Another call. I brought this up, but it was like the middle of the night. Titan, I want to ask you, is this a math pig, a Titan, your sphincter question, or a me question? I want to add roles to Discord. In fact, if everyone looks in the channel description, you can find our Discord, Skeptic and Ranting Community. And I think we are going to add roles, cinnamon rolls specifically, just so
rolls.
You can do. Yes,
I'll put a couple of rolls in my pocket.
They will lean heavily on probably religious, scientific, and philosophical views, but probably have some politics in there. But rolls, ladies and gentlemen, find them at your mall and at your nearest cinnamon bun area. That is also not a also good to see James and Amy Newman. What's up, girl? I think I was lurking. I was
He's always lurking.
You were writing a book, and I was gonna say hi, but it was like right before I was leaving to do something. I forget what it was, but I was but sending you love. It looked like a fun stream, so sending love to Gurr out there. Rolls is a math pig thing. All right, there you go. That means it's not only above my pay grade and above Titan's pay grade. It's a math pig.
The math pig level. Okay.
Gotcha. But hey, I'm all for it.
Well,
because
hello, we got Cat out there. Will Kincaid's former muse.
What is up, Cat? Oh, really? That's right. What's up, Cat? Sending love to Cat out there. And also sending love to everyone. We'll keep on saying hi to everyone. But tag James W. or myself at Amy Newman. Either one of those if you want to see your comment, question, or one-liner read on screen, as well as saying hi to Gizmo. Woohoo! Our producer. But we're just going to say, I think, our first 3 ones, like James said, and then we're going to head into our first call,
get the Nunya.
Which is we got Nunya business behind, but sending love. First of all of this content is sponsored by our lovely supporters, all of the people sending in super chats. Thank you so very much. All of our channel members who you can become a part of by hitting that join button and getting naturally evolving badges.
We want you to be a channel
what level you get. It's weird. all you need to do is let time pass, and it just naturally evolves. That's so weird. Anyway,
but what about the law of monophyly? When did that stop? And stuff becomes different things from one generation
James,
to the
have
next.
you ever seen the male sperm cell? I mean, come on, it has a flagellum that is irreducibly complex.
Ken Hovind produced humans, and they produced humans, and then I don't have any great grandkids, but I bet you they'll be human too.
Exactly.
I don't know.
Also,
we'll have Matt Powell check on that.
We are not kink shaming anyone, but Ken Hovind and Matt Powell are trying to make a baby. We wish them luck.
But also, like Amy, they're just going to keep on trying until
exactly.
Keep on, yeah.
Listen,
don't.
Hot dog.
Persistence
donut.
is
hot dog donut.
Persistence
hot dog donut.
is key. It'll pay off for you, Amy.
Exactly. You keep on trying, maybe a miracle will happen. Yeah. Sending so much love also to the greatest way to help support us is by becoming a Patreon at patreon.com/Amy Newman. Like I said, which helps us make even more fun things, along with our viewers and subscribers, everyone, but also our Patreons, like Oz, from the Atheist Roundtable Atheist Network Group. Tang Gang, yo, woo-hoo. Sending love to not only Tang Gang, but Oz, Jena, Shane the Skeptic, Biddy Buddha, J Mike, Uncle Becken, student Dr. Ben, and all the lovely people that connect because we don't do holy wars. So thank you, Oz.
That's for fun.
YouTube.com/The Atheist Network Group, as well as Ian Davenport.
Ian, thank you so much, Ian.
Sending so much love,
Good to see you, Ian.
Reminding everyone out there that creationist talking points,
little bullshit.
A little bit of bullshit. Yes, there seems to be something different between my heart pumping blood and this watch. If you see a watch, in fact, let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, that if you don't have a different response from seeing like a watch on the beach and someone's beating heart, I feel like you're not understanding biology. But
I mean, we've got cars. Does that mean they evolved from a skateboard, or they've all got wheels? I don't know.
You just throw a turkey leg into a tornado or some shit. I can't do whatever she said.
Exactly. Yeah. Turkey leg in a pot of water, and turkey flies out. There you go.
And last, before
creationism.
We bring in our first caller, a grumpy old Cuss, because when we listen to creationist talking points, they make us skeptics and grumpy go, what are we listening to? Like 6,000 years? Really? No, really? Okay. It makes sense. Just like a flat earth.
Hey, good to see you, Scott Duke.
What's up, Scott?
Duke in the audience. Good to see you, Scott.
Sending love to Scott.
We're a little early.
That's right. It is the crack of midnight. Feels so good to finally be up. Exactly.
Carol, good to see you out there. Carol, the atheist.
What is up, Carol, the atheist? And with that, keep on sending in and tagging us. We'll keep on saying hi to you. But like I said, we have found it best to just get into those.
Go right into these calls. Dive right the fuck in.
And dive right in for us is apparently 20 minutes. But that is, ladies and gentlemen, on Amy time. Woo! Little bit of housekeeping. Sam Harris housekeeping. All right. None of your business. Let's get ready to have some fun and discussion on Call Me Skeptical. We are asking, does morality come from religion? And we are bringing you in right now. Woohoo! What is up, none of your business? We are Calling Me Skeptical. We're asking tonight, does morality come from religion? And we hope that you are not only having a good day or night, but we want to know your thoughts on the topic.
Oh, well, thank you. I really enjoy y'all, and I appreciate the question. We would say not religion, but God. Maybe the Bible, however you want to put it. But religion seems like, which one, like 33,000 denominations, which one you're going to pick. So I get the spirit of your question. I would simply say yes, God.
Okay, so you are saying God is morality, or God does moral things, or what's the
Morality comes from God, or
Yeah. Per my book, it says I would not know what
And feel free to
morality.
shill.
Yeah,
We're all
really.
actually for it. What is your book What's your book title? I'm
The
not even.
Bible. The Bible. Yeah.
oh,
Right.
the
Gotcha, got
heavily edited and redacted compilation of the vain babblings of a particular tribe of semi-nomadic goat herders in the Levant.
I would say that's a good analysis of, let's see, Random House of 1987. Yeah, that's the
Oh,
author of this particular Bible. Yeah.
there you go. There you go.
No. My Bible says we would not know morality if it were not for the Torah. Essentially, I'm sure Amy would understand the law. The law. But that's self.
I definitely understand that mindset.
Yeah, that's self. It's circular. Whatever. My Bible is proven the Bible and stuff like that. Since you don't look at that, it's like there's not even a discussion. But I know more. Excuse me. Atheists are more moral than non-atheists. I won't even say
In
religious
general, or you
people.
know some?
I won't even say Muslim. I won't even say any denomination. I'll say non-atheist. They got more love. They are more kind. They are more intelligent and funny. And funny. You remember these people over here that were doing blah blah blah, and they were fucking. Can I say that on?
Oh, so as long as you don't break the TOS, you can say whatever you want.
What's the TOS?
Terms of service. The YouTube. We only believe in one gods, and that's the YouTube gods. Oh.
Well, right. So this religion over here is speaking blah blah blah, and they're fucking, and then all of a sudden they see these people over here that say taka taka taka. You remember
that's
that?
From a movie. That's from a
This
movie.
is your comedy sketch, and then these people that are doing taka taka taka, they're like, hey, they don't say blah blah blah, but hey, we can.
My race bit. I do.
Yeah,
remember that. Yes.
Yeah, the cure for racism.
Yes, is sex.
I won't. Yes, I won't. I was gonna say I don't want to give away the punchline. Yeah, it's more fucking. The blah blah blahs were fucking with the blah blah blahs, but then the taka taka takas were, and then all of a sudden there was people over here that were saying like yada yada yada.
More like
they did not speak. Oh, it was hilarious. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. But no, you're atheists. It's like when I was in church, they say your religion was Darwin. You would, like James used to joke, he would sacrifice pigs to a picture of Darwin. Yeah, we were taught that was your religion, and
babies if we get a hold of them.
Yeah, it just didn't make any sense to me that they don't. How could you worship evolution? So anyway, we get to talking to y'all, and we just have the assumption that you do not know not to steal. You do not know not to murder. Why don't our question as a teenager to an atheist was, why don't you go rob a bank, dude? And it's like as you grow older, you learn there's a natural law of humanity. Does it benefit humanity or does it hurt humanity? That's not a bad law.
Just a few days ago, trying to imply that somebody would be a danger to children to be around them just because he was an atheist, and I know that was a shock to me, a shock to pretty much everybody that somebody would go make that statement, especially because I don't know if you've ever heard of this, but there are people who are religious who do bad things to children, and that really doesn't seem to be a correlation there.
Though in whatever the opposite of is his defense, in his offense, he often brings this up to people that he dislikes and disagrees with. That is basically his point of attack, which all I want to say to this person that does this often, I hope you and your therapist get to it. You got it. I'm wishing you luck. Exactly. A 10-foot. Wait, we can touch this with the 10-foot pole. But yes, we are calling me skeptical on morality. Well, and that same person, just to use him to transition, let me know, is that he often does not allow for atheists or anyone to talk about any other subject but morality. And so if you are talking about evolution or the Big Bang or
Noah's
whatever,
flood.
somehow Noah's flood, it somehow always goes back to that. If you are wondering, once again, I will continue to not even allude. We could say this person in the debate community is called the Dark Knight. And we'll just let that out there. And but I love them. I love this person along with all my other theists, brothers and sisters. But yes, we're gonna get back to you, none of your business. So I have to leave like a careful painting here, because in some aspects I can already tell that you are our ally in many ways, and yet for the sake of the show, I can't help but push on the angles on which we disagree. And so I want
to push a little bit in.
Continue. It sounds like we actually agree on a lot of our morality. We actually think that we can come to moral issues with or without, in my opinion, believing in the God, whether you believe in this or not. So then, what are the benefits for this God, or is there a benefit for trying to tie morality to a God? Because it almost sounds like you were saying for a lot of religious people, which is a spoiler for my opening, which will become a closing, is that I think religion muddies morality.
Religion does what?
Muddies morality.
Muddy.
More difficult.
Yeah, I don't know how.
So I'll tell you how. I'll use my prime example. And once again, I know that there's going to be religious people that are going to go, straight to the identity politics. But I can't help it with this because it's such a lightning rod issue, which is that, there are drastically different moralities on what you do with someone who is LGBTQ. And so it seems like someone's getting it wrong. Or how do we figure out who's getting it right?
Yeah, a homosexual does not lie with a woman. A true homosexual who is impotent to the opposite sex, a male homosexual who is impotent to the opposite sex, does not lie with a woman. He does not want to. He sees that coochie and it is disgusting to him, or whatever. It is nothing attractive. So when you look at the law, in my book, my 1987 KJV, excuse me, it says a man should not lie down with a man like he does with a woman. Okay, a homosexual man does not lie down with a hetero male lies down with a woman like, woohoo, I'm getting down, we're doing this, man, I'll nail her, I'm gonna go check that out, let's go do this, man, it's on her, just not on the sheets, I think is your joke all the time. We're having fun with her. So I am not to do that with a man. But a homosexual, a true homosexual does not do that with a woman. So it's not even like, it doesn't even apply to him. That's his lifestyle. He is lying down with a man, and he's not doing it like he would with a woman. You understand what I'm saying?
So not only do I understand what you're saying, forgive me, it sounds like what you are saying is sure. I mean, that's the definition of being. It sounds like we're going over a roundabout way of explaining what it is to be gay. I would almost say yes, sure, but then I would then press forward. Because of this, do you think that they will be judged? Do you think that
there's nothing to judge? They haven't broken any law.
There you go.
If they're a 14-year-old experimenting with, am I this, am I that? That's not like a true homosexual. They could go, and once you are like a true homosexual, you get in your 50s and you're like, I'm going to change. You can't do that. If you're like hetero and you get into your 50s,
it's just like, I
just
tried to interrupt you. There's crabs, and they're called like true crabs, and then there's like seahorses, and seahorses aren't crabs, they're more like spiders. So it just read true homosexuals, and then there's
true homosexuals. True. Nobody posing, nobody trying to get it the opposite to trick the person.
Is there? I do just have to ask though. Are there fake homosexuals?
Oh, absolutely. Some guy that's been married. Don't you read the Florida, the news out of Florida? Every other day there's a naked old man running around the streets. He's so horny he will turn gay. He will do anything to get him.
I would say those people are probably
You met my uncle?
bisexual
No,
or
just kidding. I just made
bi-curious,
something.
or because there are people who've been married to women for a long time, but they're really bisexual. Maybe they've never experimented with it before, but they reach a certain point where they're willing to experiment. There they go. I mean,
and bisexual.
It's so complicated.
Yeah, and bisexual per that book is definitely a no-no. Trans.
Damn it.
I don't even know the vestite. No, you're not doing that.
Yes.
Anyway, no, you can't do that.
As Ken Hovind said, what do they bring forth? They don't, so they're not even a species.
And I don't
what is a baron? What is a?
But that word is only used if they're from Transylvania and that they're about to have a spooky house that you are about to go on a wild adventure with.
Come on, Amy. Let us have our 1992 fun. It's 1992.
I was going to say 1970, 1978. Well, yeah, that's what I was
basically.
Well, no, it's too complicated anymore for me. Back then, we knew back then. It's like the law on bestiality. It says don't lie down with the beast. It doesn't say don't lie down with the beast like you do with a woman. So it's clear that it's he's yelling these commands to, they wrote them to 2 million people. You don't think there was a homosexual out in there listening to this? That applied to him, and there's nothing for him. He's not breaking a law being with another man, unless he's like trying to rape him or make some money or be opposed. I don't know. There are.
Well, I mean, adult consenting adults. That's what we're looking for.
Well, I'll say that is an interesting interpretation of it. I wish that people had adopted your view of that over the years. There would have been a lot of gay people over the years who wouldn't have been executed for being gay.
I mean, I hate to say like nature or nurture, but Jesus verifies it. There's people that are born that way. There's people that are made that way by a human. Okay. To be impotent to the opposite sex, a eunuch is impotent to the opposite sex. There are people that are born that way. There are people that are made that way by other people. And then there are people that have chosen to be impotent to the opposite sex, such as a married man who does not want to cheat mentally on his wife, who have made themselves eunuchs for the glorification of God. That's all. It's easy peasy, but it gets complicated when it's bisexual or transvestite, see, I don't even know the terms, friend. I'm sorry.
Well, sure. I'll tell you this. I don't care. But generally, I would say it's transgender. You could just use the short term trans. I'll tell you why it's called transgender, because they separate sex from gender. You can say that's why the word transvestite, transsexual are being phased out. However,
specifically means like someone who dresses or. Like
there's all sorts of actual nuance. I would say on this channel, if you actually pronoun people right, I'm just like happy. I normally just I get ready for the creationists to pronoun me incorrectly, because I always like if they start doing that, I feel like I'm doing something correctly in my counter apologetics, and so it's like a weird metric. You see,
if that's where they have to go with
that's where they have to go.
You mean like ad hominem?
Yes. I don't
thank you.
Scream into the microphone, but yes,
I hate that.
because if it's not the subject, if it is the subject, then yes.
Christian apologists on channels even recently do that, asking people transgenders to see their genitalia. It's ridiculous.
Daria, Ken Hovind and Daria.
It's absolutely ridiculous and absurd.
Daria had her boyfriend on briefly, and it wasn't a good thing. And of course, the good Christians in the chat are the first ones like, let's.
I'll say I think Daria, she came in there with a good heart. I wouldn't have done that because that's just cannon fodder for Ken Hovind. But needless to say, he maximized his opportunity to be an asshole with that, and he is not going to pass up an opportunity to just let everybody know what a big asshole he is and how much he hates all members of the LGBT community. He hates them all. He's had that on full display.
Except his boy toy, Mad Pow, who he cuddles at night. But that's a different story.
But if you did go visit him, I'm sure he'd treat you like royalty. It's like anyway. I'll just leave it at that.
Well, I mean, what he might try to do with Amy when the cameras were off. Now that.
And no, I would say that he would probably treat himself like royalty, but whether what he does to other people. But we're going back on topic. Let's talk morality. Because is there something about religion that trips people up specifically?
Oh, everything. Yeah, good Lord. Yeah. One, you can't even walk into a church, a religious church, and like you get caught throwing a cigarette out as you leave your car. Some old lady, do you smoke? It's like, Jesus, Mary and Joseph, I'll just turn right around and get back in my car. No, the religiosity of religion is what we hate.
I guess being in the South, you would see numerous people smoking outside the church. It was never really like a thing. Now, what they would do is you had your Christians who, I would say most of the ones I knew, they like abstained from alcohol. But you would have your group who would say, I don't drink or I rarely drink, but it's not like a sin unless you're becoming a drunkard and you're getting drunk. That would be a sin. And then you have your others who say, no, it's always a sin. It was a sacramental beverage in the Old Testament only for, the priest and the congregation, only for a religious sacrament, which is kind of silly.
And these exact same people put he's your savior too, but you understand what I mean by my savior, how personal that could be. It's like your cat. If somebody hung your cat on it, and then these exact same people put my savior in a statue form, probably glue him or nail him to a Roman execution stake, as Amy is so happy to say all the time. Display it like it is some, and then tell you it's okay to cannibalize a 2,000-year-old corpse. And no, I'm not going to believe what you have to say about religion. I'm going to listen to Skeptic at Night, Skeptic ranting.
Woo-hoo. That's right.
This would be amazing if we could get religious people to come and listen to our take on it. That would be
Well, quite honestly, no offense. Okay, if I per my little book, you guys are in a better position. Where's the camera? You guys are in a better position than if somebody in your chat like suddenly converted you to their Christianity, because you would quickly follow. We know it would never happen. We know. I'm just saying, if somebody converted you suddenly.
There is a 99.9% chance that it would never happen.
I would never say never, because we still are here, ready to receive evidence, ready to receive information, and evaluate that with a level head. But it does seem very unlikely. But yeah,
you're right. But as a scenario, like if you did, I would assume that you would then go back to being an atheist after checking out that religion, and you would be worse off than before. That's how our book describes it. So yeah, you are better off. You are better off, not you because of your simple. Yeah, actually, where do you get your morality from? I remember asking atheists, "Why don't you steal?" And they're like, "Because it's not mine." And I'm like, "Oh my God, that's like genius. You don't need a book for that. You just need some common sense." No, where do you get yours from?
Well, I think we get it from evolution, because we evolved to be social species. We evolved to exist with other humans in a community. And when we do certain things that harm our social standing, that make other people not want to interact with us, like stealing, like lying, like doing these other things that are classically considered to be immoral, that harms us, it harms the group, and people naturally, like, you don't want to interact with somebody if everything they're telling you is a lie all the time. If you can't believe anything they're saying, you're going to want to do business with that person? No. You're going to want to interact with them? No, you're not going to want to. So there is a secular basis for morality, but we'll let Amy give her take on it.
Well, I would also put that, because it feels, I think when you first say evolution gives us morality, I think theists first go, well, everything, it has to be evolution versus creationism all over again. But what James is really saying is that nature. Is that nature,
Okay.
this evolutionary, because I agree with James. I'm just trying to rework it in a terminology that I think that is more, because when I think that there are certain metrics, I'll also go to this, that spoiler for my outro, but we have moral metrics like fairness, kindness, and empathy, and those are very different things. Being fair is a very subtle thing that you feel when you and I mean not just think but feel. When you see someone cut in line of someone else, you understand why it's being an a-hole to not just to you but other people in line, and why that person why being kind, why someone just randomly giving someone another flower that they picked off the street just seems like nice. And then why empathy, why someone in pain, why someone may actually go out of their way, and we go, why when they would actually put themselves, and it's because you could easily see how someone would put themselves in that situation, and they'd feel a tinge of pain going, oh man, fuck. And they would actually either feel guilt if they didn't go, or they would feel a great feel of dopamine as they're actually doing the right thing. And so I think it's really easy to see, once you dig down into each situation, where morality comes from, just as James was saying, is it was kind of, I wouldn't say created, but kind of built into us because we are a social species, and that if it wasn't like this, we wouldn't be successful.
Yeah, when you throw out evolution as your first word, I about peed. I'm like, where is he going to go with this? And then it's like, no. We have evolved to a point where, let's just say we evolved to a point where we got to smart. I don't know if is that your Cro-Magnon to Neanderthal to.
Well, can I tell you just to put a quick asterisk on that? We have grown. Where's my brainy? We have grown exactly. It has a face. It should be in the faces. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. That's why you organize. Our brains
takes her hours a day to organize her props, by the way.
Listen, ladies and gentlemen, me and Carrot Top just sit there, just trying to figure this out. But
Carrot Top.
She becomes morphs into Carrot Top.
Yes, actually, past midnight, I kind of just morph. You can't see the red hair. Yo, guys, how you doing, guys? I can't even. He actually became. It's funny. He became jacked, and then a bunch of people came up to him, and they asked him, like, you know, why did you? He's just like, I was from fucking Vegas, and just I was there, and I had nothing to do, and I just went in, and I was worked out. Wasn't like a thing. Wasn't like a. And so and then he's like, after a while, people wouldn't come up to me, and they'd be like, damn, dude, you're not. They wouldn't be like, oh my god, that was such a great act. They'd be like, oh my god, you're so fucking ripped. And so he actually had to. He switched from doing weights to running and other stuff, so that he could get more a slimmer body, because he said that it actually aids him just being a skinny redhead. And so just the funny thing, the comedy, all that kind of stuff, and I just can't help this kind of shit. I love all that stuff.
You can't do
but no, essentially, yeah. If you leave out the evolution part, or however you get to that point in your whatever, then it's we've learned to get along. We need to do the empathy and not steal. We just don't. Yeah, I get that. Yeah,
and I would almost say, like, my joke is you are basically getting a free candy bar every time you pet a dog's head, because you're just flooding dopamine into your brain. You're just going, oh, he feels good. I feel good. He feels good. I feel good. Exactly. You're just flooding your brain with dopamine, and it's no wonder why we have this mutual habitation, why we took them in. All sorts of things start to make sense when
mutually beneficial
you put altruism not on just like on like a simplistic, on like a checkers and more of a chess, if that makes sense.
Well, no. Could you sum up both of you's all's position in that one sentence?
Sure. And I also
morality.
want to use brain.
Well, morality is good if it benefits humanity, and morality it's immoral if it. You know what I mean? Would that sum up y'all's thing?
Well, I will say, the common definition that, atheists will give is that we're trying to figure out the well-being of conscious creatures, and most theists or creationists that don't accept it will say, why do we have to accept that definition? And and in my opinion, I think that is what morality is. And so the question would then become, why be moral? Like, why care about the well-being of conscious creatures? And that's an interesting question, but that to me is then changing the question not to what is morality, but why be moral.
No, I think it'd be a continuation. I'm sorry to interrupt. I thought it would be a continuation, because you said you petting would give you a dopamine and whatever something or other. Is there something? Yeah. Would you get a bad? Would you get acid indigestion if you were like kicking puppies all day? Would your body react?
Well, think about it. Do you think now and I also talk about the common thing that we get, the common pushback is that socio and psychopath exists in the world, don't they? And it's like, well, yes, there is a guy out there who actually gets dopamine from kicking puppies. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. There is that is true. Yeah. But
it wouldn't be the same guy with the dopamine for the good thing, right? It wouldn't be the same.
And there you go. I mean, you're making my argument for me, but 95% of humanity, they sit there and they just rub a dog's head, and you're like, why are you rubbing the dog's head?
And we see that guy kicking the puppy, we get angry, even though
exactly, and we'll go get. But help me out. Help me help you. None of your business. Why does it feel good to rub a dog's head?
Yeah, I don't like to do that, but I understand what you're saying. No, I am a dog lover. I just have. I'm not allowed to have pets in it here. Yes, I would. I'd love to do exactly what James is doing with the kitty cat.
But can I also give you the exact opposite? Because I never understood this as a child. Is that your parents will just stare at you while you're eating, and you're like, "Why are you staring at me?" And you're like, I just like to see you eat. I just like it. You look, I'm glad that you're eating food and you're putting it in your mouth. Yeah. And I never understood that.
They're like, eat. And you're like, oh, I'm full. I'm not even that hungry. I just want you to eat. Yeah.
Until I had a cat, until I had a dog. And I'm sure this is 1,000,000 times more for someone's own child. But now I feed my cat and I watch them eating food and I'm like, yes, eat. Good. This is good. And I get free dopamine. It is, once again, it's the free candy bar in your head. And so I think that religion, once again, going back to muddying the water, I think it makes it harder. That we actually intuitively are moral social creatures, and that we just need to work out why we are. And that was the harder part. I think we have a much better grasp of why we are than we do thousands of years ago. Not to say, because we sometimes ancestor shit. I don't know any better way to say, oh my God, they do that in Islam sometimes. Did you know Muhammad? How illiterate was Muhammad? He was this illiterate, and then he became a prophet and made a Quran.
Dumb as rocks.
We get it. I know. It's like this.
But I have a book.
Compliment.
But exactly. I have a book.
Oh, they've got a book, all right.
Everybody's got a book, but I have a book.
Oh, and thank you. None of your business reminds all of us that we do have a fantastic emoji out there, that a book does say a thing. We do want to remind everyone. It does indeed.
That is true.
So, Nania, I think we're going to go for like 10 more minutes to get... Oh, if you're open, you can feel... it's up to you. We go for about 20 to 40 minutes. We've been going for about 30. So we are open to more. I am going to send a shout out to anyone who would also like to get in queue. I know Bitter Truth was, but I think he dropped out, but I'm sending it back in there. But is there anything you would like to talk about further as we are talking about, does morality come from religion?
Well, I was going to watch your show for the longest time, and then when you put up the link, I was going to come in and ask you a question, but you put up the link so quick, I came in and I'm like, oh my God, I forgot my question. But
It happens.
quite honestly, I did want to hear it from you. You are like I wanted to hear it straight out of your work, both of y'all's mouths, where you get your morality from, rather than hearing it from my previous churches we go to, or anybody else. I wanted to hear it from you, and you gave the exact
straight from the horse's mouth.
Yeah, you gave the exact answer. But so the more, and quite honestly, your title of tonight's thing is essentially gosh, how am I trying to get to this? Someone may come on here looking at the 10 Commandments and saying, look, where do you atheists, why don't you atheists?
There's not. Take your time.
Yeah, they may, but there's one law in there that I want to question you on, like nature-wise, like atheist-wise, and it's keep the Sabbath. So, but I don't know how to word it. Do atheists think you have to work 7 days a week? Is there something in nature where somebody takes a day off? You know what I mean? Is there a morality? Is there a relative
I can answer that for you?
Yeah.
The answer with that is that atheism doesn't cover that, but you don't want atheism to cover that. Because when you are an atheist, what that allows you to do is figure out your schedule. Now, I mean, in my opinion, it is not healthy to work 7 days a week. I think you should take some rest time. I mean, even on our podcast, I think the longevity, the strength of our show, and I'll ask James the same thing, is that we do about 2 or 3 podcasts a week, but every other day, or, we do 2 and then do 1 off, or whatever. And that allows us to figure out and recollect and make higher quality content. And so I almost think that you have to take a recharge. But I mean, you'll talk with a Steve Jobs who says, I gotta keep on going. Of course, not him personally, because he's 6 feet under. But
all of Mother Nature has something sleeps, or you can argue with me on that, but just follow along with me. But there's not really anything in nature that takes a day off every 7th day, right?
So you're wondering, like, how did they come up with this idea for like the Sabbath? Like, where did they come up with it if it wasn't from?
That might be a good way of saying it. I guess what I'm saying is I would like to force the Sabbath into nature somehow. Well, there's already an 8-hour sleeping cycle that everything essentially has to do, but there has to be something in there about.
But let me pitch you on something that, my joke is that I want the other Abrahamic religion to go like the Jews, because I think the Jews are halfway out the door on religion. My joke is you'll talk to them and you'll be like, Rabbi, I don't believe in a God. And they'll be like, God, who believes in a God? And you're like, what? Excuse me? They're the only Abrahamic religion I've ever experienced.
Definitely the Reformed.
Decent amount. Yes, in the Reformed. Yes, the conservative and the Orthodox. But the secular are a giant block of United States specifically, because it's almost kind of like it becomes very political and 50-50 and all that in Israel. But so I want the other Abrahamic religions to go this route. And what I would tell you is I am the rare ex-Jew. I find that there are not many other ex-Jews that identify this, and that's because they seem to end up identifying as what I would call cultural Jews. And that is, if you like tradition, if you like the Sabbath, and you like the metaphorical versions of the holidays. I mean, my parents still light candles on Hanukkah as opposed to lighting a tree, even though we kind of have a mixed family at this point. We do both. My point is, what I'm trying to sell you is you could do everything that you want in a secular version. In fact, sometimes we often want to sell that family, community, and tradition can all happen in an atheist worldview, a naturalistic worldview, and I would even be as bold as to say that we do it better.
Oh, I'd agree. Oh my God. Oh my God.
I'm going to take that.
Yeah,
I'm going to take an incredibly dark turn with it. Like how she put a nice bow on it. And I'm going to say that only religion, okay, we all like the concept of the good, wholesome concept of a day off. Only religion could take something good like cake and puppies and ice cream and turn it into something evil and terrible where you're killing people for doing things on the day off that like they have to do. Like you need firewood, you pick up sticks, you're going to be executed. Or you
Oh my God, no.
All these things.
No, it's not like that. It's fun and easy.
Well,
oh my God.
In the Old Testament, it was. Now I get it. Jesus kind of mitigated that in the New Testament, where he's like, "Yeah, if your ox falls in a ditch, who doesn't pull their ox out?" But I mean, you do have that passage in Exodus where the guy was picking up sticks on the Sabbath, and they took him, and they didn't just take him to the elders. They took him to God Himself.
Right, because they didn't know what
said, "He shall surely be put to death. You have to put this evil out from among you."
Don't call me Shirley.
Well, yeah. But anyway.
Well, no, he wasn't work. Whatever he was doing, this gathering of sticks was not work. If it was work, they would have stoned him immediately, right? They knew the law. They had been given that law. Just before this law, this account of this guy gathering sticks, we are told 2 chapters before what to do if the leader makes everybody sin and there's a sacrifice. The next chapter is what to do if like one guy in the congregation sins and makes the whole congregation sin. But then they say, what about somebody coming up presumptuously to the Lord? And it's like, he was gathering sticks on the Sabbath. If it was work, he would have been stoned immediately. So it must not have been work. It must have been something different. It must have been like, I'm going to go gather sticks on the Sabbath, but then on the first day of the week, I'm going to like bring him into the camp. Like, hey, look at all these sticks I found. Or maybe he had a business where he was going to each hut saying, hey, give me a stick. And then another hut, give me a stick. But whatever it wasn't work. Otherwise, they would have killed him immediately. They didn't know what to do with him. This is the example they give of somebody coming up presumptuously to the Lord. So he was poking at the working. I'm just gathering the sticks. I'm not bringing them back to my hut or whatever the case may be. But clearly, it wasn't work.
I read that. I remember that stuff. We're talking about just killing the guy for picking up sticks.
Right.
I am always hesitant to read context because I remember reading that and thinking it came out of nowhere.
Yes.
And so, it could be this bigger story behind it, or it could be that Yahweh was just like, that dude's picking up sticks on the Sabbath. Baboom.
Well, I mean, I think it was that. I think it was like they're like, oh, I mean, and this is what I think the author was intending to get across. Like, there's work and look, there's work. Picking up sticks is a very minor thing, but I think what they were trying to stress was even if you just do a little bit of work, just a little bit, God doesn't care about that because you have still done work. You can lift a feather. That's still work, and God will put you to death for it because, there's no there's 5 mile an hour over grace period with God. There's don't work. If you just do a little bit of work, it's the same thing as if you worked all day.
And none of your business. I'll let you respond, but then I also want to let you have a final comment on the topic itself, and then James and I are going to respond to sending love to Jazzerdrev. I can't pronounce that, but sending love to our Twitchosphere out there. But none of your business. We are calling me skeptical, and does morality come from religion? And I have enjoyed this conversation. I'm looking forward to more. But what is your final thoughts on the topic?
Does morality come from religion? No, because religion is like a bad thing as far as God is concerned, religiosity, such like that. But it does come from God. But if you don't believe in Him, you can judge it on God's standards just as your own standards. Does it moral can be defined as does it benefit humanity? Does it not benefit humanity? But I wanted to spend the rest of this time just saying a shout out, loves to the chat room, loves to I don't remember the names, Pure Aussie Gold, Bald Head, even what's that nasty name, Horror Stitch
Titan.
Something Moonst. Oh, all the shout out to the people. Love. Yes, thank you. Loves to the people. Loves to Amy. Loves to so much love to you guys. You guys are so smart. James loves to you. So much intelligence.
Well, thank you.
Yes. Yeah, and don't forget and since you do, I think it's called AMA or AR. You do a joke session at times. I will end with a joke, and since you're like Jewish, or ex-Jewish or whatever, you can use any race in this joke. The point is to try to kind of trick you, but I'll use Jews in this case. 2 Jews walk into a bar, third one ducks. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. None of your business. It was lovely having you on, and we will talk
so much,
more conversations on Calling Me Skeptical. Mwah! Woo-hoo! Thank
that
you.
That was interesting conversation. That was very pleasant.
I definitely like theists that are going to be. It seems like on the two sides of like whatever the science wars or whatever, there are, the agnostic atheist non-believers and the skeptic religious people. That tends to be the pagans, pantheists, deists, but there are also Christians, Jews, Muslims that are skeptics. Sending love to Disciple Day, who was sending us all that love last night. We're sending that love right back.
Sending love to Doorknob Head. He is talking about ducks in chat, and if he wants to hear about the male reproductive organs of ducks, he can watch that debate that Ken Hovind did, where Ken Hovind will give him a anatomy lesson on the duck, specifically the male duck reproductive system. Which
listen,
he
I stand by it. It is not a Ken Hovind debate until he's talking about another animal's junk. It can't really be. But also, sending love out there. We're about to read a comment, but keep on sending your comments in to @JamesW and @Amy Newman. But also, what is up, Mark Reid? You absolutely can. What are tend to be that theists or atheists, we try to give
priority to the theists.
Yeah. I'm crossing streams right now. We give priority to theists, who we will give up to 40 minutes. We're looking for 30, 40-minute conversations, but we're looking for 15 to 20-minute conversations up to for people who do agree with us. So what I'm trying to say before my brain kind of just slowed down. Yes, exactly. We do give priority to people, but I'll keep on sending that into chat. If you agree or disagree, and I'll pin it, come one, come all, tell us what you think about the subject. We are just looking for viewers to tell us, does morality come from religion? And Gizmo is absolutely a meme. He will one day be a t-shirt. But right now, he's a meme. Let's bring up that comment. Well, first of all, that StreamYard link is in chat. It's pinned. It's on screen. But sending love into Twitch, we want to say hi to everyone. Because I sometimes feel if we always show someone's comments, they're like, oh my God, they're going to show everything I say on screen. But what's up, Gizdrev? Welcome to the channel. And he says, Jeff Bezos grew up Catholic, and it is that and his fear of God that stops him from being a dick and buying up tons of housing and businesses and kicking people to the street in the name of capitalism. I'm going to be honest with you. I would, if that's the truth, I feel like it's not working that great. But, no.
They always say that Christianity pretty much preaches at least the Old Testament was like pretty much a strictly capitalist society. Jesus did kind of mitigate that in the New Testament, because if you remember the example Jesus gave, everybody made the same, whether they got to work at 2 p.m. or early in the morning, like everybody made the same. Specifically because the guy wanted to be generous with his money.
But also welcome Mark backstage. And yeah, we had a theist. We had Bitter Truth, but he left. I will say, Bitter Truth, if you come back on, we will give you priority because Mark's just gonna spend all this time talking about sane and rational,
reasonable,
things, so,
and
and so, but we are about to bring him on anyway. But
you want to do 3 Patreons real quick?
Yeah, that's true too. But sending love also to the Twitchosphere. Keep on sending your comments, and if you actually tag us, that's right. We'll send 3 more out though. So thank you, Zian and Grumpy, but also Diana Smith. Woo-hoo.
Thank you, Diana.
Sending love to Diana Smith because the Abrahamic religions aren't going to send love to 51% of the other sex out there. The other gender out there, just to trigger as many people as I can. Sending love to Diana Smith. And also sending love to Pat Lowinger. Woo, Pat, who is getting ready to do a whole bunch of awesome new content with us. So getting excited. Our bodies are ready.
Can't wait. We're ready.
Go check it out. He does a show also. I thought him doing some content with Dr. Josh, speaking of him again, because I want to.
How amazing.
So go check that out on Tangang as much as we can frigging keep on shilling for them. And we will, ladies and gentlemen, because we don't have holy wars. I'm going to keep on saying that. Because we don't schism.
She will. Trust it.
Pressing that button. But also sending love to Dale Pastel, who's reminding us that we're looking for empirical evidence. The one thing, in fact, it goes either 2 ways. Either the theist will be a metaphorical theist in which they'll go, that's a great point. You know what? This is just, it's my feelings. It's just my intuition. And you know what? I actually separate my boxes when I go into the lab and I do actual science. Or it is, the other type of theist that goes, how dare you? Oh, you're going to ask for empirical evidence? Why are we even talking? You know what? Just get him out of here. Get him out of here. Okay, you can calm down. You don't have to.
Calm down, Matt, pal.
Ooh, hashtag Tangang, hashtag Jesus is a myth. That's right, Carol sending out.
Bree out there, good to see Hive Science.
Ooh, what is up? What is up, Bree? And also my hashtag, which is hashtag profits don't exist. But you guys should be checking out Hive Science. That is absolutely right.
Jesus is a myth. That's right, Carol.
Just to completely keep on triggering Christians, they're going to have to come on here.
Because Jesus is a myth?
Can I tell you what's so funny? I consistently get Christians or people. I do this. I've always done this for a good decade. And I went to a concert recently, and they'll always tell you to give your devil horns. And yet you'll still get Christians that'll be like, why are you doing it? Is that a thing that you just do naturally? Yeah, we summon Satan. This is actually how. Very much specifically.
Yeah. Precisely. It's from your book, right?
Exactly. The book did say a thing. But one more time, we're about to bring on Mark, but we're going to keep on trying to get creationists out there.
Trying in vain, but...
Come all, except on our sheets. Right there. Right down there. But we are talking.
They have no aim.
They got nothing. No model, just like Flurfs. But we are calling me skeptical on does morality come from religion? And okay, fine. I guess we'll have a reasonable, rational conversation. What is up, Mark?
I can be wildly irrational if you want. Morality comes from ghosts and demons. No, look, the title should be, does morality come from God? Right? Because it's obvious that morality did, even if you take a totally biblical position, morality preceded religion, right? Because what was the first sin? It was the Garden of Eden and stuff. Obviously, religion hasn't existed And there was a moral decision being made with obviously the wrong one eating the apple when they were told not to eat the apple. So obviously it precedes religion, right? So I got you there for a start. But, you know, they could still make a case that it comes from God. I got you. Take it.
Caught us with our pants down, did you?
Yeah, I caught your point, Gavin. But does it come from God? And we've got nothing to show that that's the case. And I really want to talk to Nanya because we're talking about one of my favorite subjects, which is empathy and morality. And I love this subject. And I want to show you a couple of things. I'm actually pulled them up. And if I could share my screen, because we were talking about empathy, and it isn't just a human thing. One of the wonderful questions he asked is was it does it come from, like, is it a humanity thing? And no, it's not at all. And I want to show you a couple of examples of empathy in animals. And the second one's beautiful. It's such a weird example. I think you'll like it. But this is Jambo the gorilla, and a kid fell into their cage. And I'll just start it and watch what happens. It actually, the gorilla is showing empathy for the kid that is not its own and not even its species, right? And we see this commonly in social animals. And the gorillas were quite concerned. And this is Jambo standing over the kid and making sure none of the other gorillas went near the child. Kept them at bay. The same was true of, I don't know if you remember Harambe. It was basically they shot him. He was dragging the child around, and the child was very upset. But he was trying to, because they drag their young all the time. It's just that a human child is not.
Wasn't an act of aggression.
Our bodies
aren't. It was not. Harambe was actually protecting the child, but they were afraid that the boy was going to get hurt, so they rip Harambe.
Tough moral question, but yeah.
Oh, absolutely. I get you. And but this is the one that I want to show most of all. This is
also, I love David Guard. Just
a dolphin that rescued a dog.
Oh wow!
Right, the dog was drowning, and the dolphin came and rescued the dog. Again, social animals rescuing things that aren't even their own species, right? They've got nothing to impel them to do this. And there's multiple cases of this. There was a lion that rescued a wildebeest. There was like a baby wildebeest kind of thing. Just weird stuff. This is and the thing that we missed is with morality. There's basically from an evolutionary standpoint, the other one is reciprocity, right? So it's basically empathy is the ability to sort of understand what another creature is feeling. And I use creature, not person, very specifically because, as you pointed out, Amy, we can see our dog hurt and we feel it. It's kind of like, oh, right. That poor dog, and we can kind of do studies. Right, it transcends species, and other species, like the dolphin, go that other animal is in trouble. That makes me act to protect it. But the other one is reciprocity, which is sort of basically expecting all of these of things to be the same. It's the idea of fairness. So if I treat you well, you treat me well. Or if I'm being treated badly by one person and the other person's being treated well, that's not fair. It's that whole idea of things should be equal. And this is capuchin monkeys. And basically on one side, they've got cucumber. The green is cucumber. On the other side, they've got grapes. Now, these monkeys, they love grapes, absolutely love them. But the cucumber they'll eat, but they're not too fussed about. And he'll eat the cucumber. Favorite. It's not their favorite. So they'll eat the cucumber at the start for doing the task, which is just handing a rock back. So the other monkey does it, grabs the rock, hands it back, and gets grape. And the other monkey sees it gets a grape for the same work. Hands the rock back. Nope. It wants the grape because it
It's not
saw
the
the other
cucumber,
monkey,
but it wants the grape.
because it saw the other monkey get the grape for the same work, right? That's fair. It did the same work. It wants the same reward.
Because you can actually feel fairness. You can
Yes.
see
So they keep
people
giving
get
him the
pissed.
cucumber, and he throws it back at him. Look, he's
Yeah.
throwing it back at him. He's
So it's a
upset.
treat, but it's not as nice a treat as the other monkey is getting. So it doesn't like it. Yeah, we don't need stinking cucumber. Hey, that other monkey's getting a grape. It is not fair that I don't get a grape as well. And that's the idea of reciprocity. It means that if you're going to get treated a certain way in society, I want to be treated the same because, you know, we both are the same thing. And I find it absolutely fascinating. The other one that I want to, well, I won't show the video because it's a bit too long, but the other one is that there is a species of monkey that has an alarm call for a snake, right? So it calls and all the monkeys scatter up trees because there's a snake. Now, what some of the monkeys do, and I do want to point out they've got a hierarchical system. So the lower on the level monkeys have to share their food with the higher level monkeys, like so the dominant members of the society. But what some monkeys do on the lower level is sound a fake alarm call so they can get food, right? So instead of having to share it, they sound a fake alarm call so all the monkeys scatter and grab their food and take off with it to eat all by themselves. Now, if that monkey is seen eating food that they've used a fake alarm call to be greedy, basically, the other monkeys will kick them out of the tribe. They will be exiled.
Also, I just have to, before you go forward, sending love to everyone out there. But Anuk, welcome to the channel. Feel free to talk about God as much as you want or disagree with us, because this is
absolutely
free speech channel. However, we are actually going to keep on sending the StreamYard link into the chat. If you would like to join us and tell us why does morality come from religion, we actually will prioritize theists on this show. So feel free to join us. Now, if you're in sweatpants eating ice cream, I know a lot of channels are like, you're a coward if you don't join. No. Join only if you want to. But in fact, keep on enjoying chat. But yes, sorry, just wanted to send that out. We can't help ourselves. So
no, that's fair enough. And do come on and sort of say, I mean, you can basically say, hey, God gave morality to all animals as well, or all social animals. But to me, that doesn't sort of it doesn't really explain why it's mainly the social animals that display this kind of behavior, and especially social mammals. I just wanted to point out where I think it evolved as a response to survival. Like, to have a cohesive social system is a massive survival advantage. So these systems of morality seem to have come up all over the place, but it's certainly not something that. And let me be clear, I don't think these animals are showing like what we would consider, it's kind of a pseudo moral system. It's getting there, but it's not there yet as a moral system. But they do show these traits that we do of empathy and reciprocity, which sort of leads to these pseudo moral decisions, like the monkey kicking out liars. Basically, it's not good for the society that they live in. It's bad for it. So they actively make sort of pseudo moral decisions about punishing liars. Basically, it's not okay to lie.
Ostracize and voodoo.
Yeah, and that benefits them, because if you have monkeys that have a tendency towards deceptiveness, they probably won't survive, and through evolution you'll sort of weed out deceptiveness in those particular monkeys. So there is a reason for it on an evolution level, but I don't think it raises to the standard of a moral system as we'd understand it, but it's kind of getting there. But yeah, that's true. Yeah, it is analogous, but and they've even done experiments with rats where if they shock the other rat, and this is all horrible, I know, but we experiment on rats so we don't have to on people. If they shock the other rat, and another rat sees it and learns that when the second rat moves, his friend gets shocked, or the other rat gets shocked, he will actually freeze in place to stop the other rat getting shocked. So that shows that he will change his behavior so another rat can avoid pain, which is just, these things. Yeah, so I don't know why a god would have given rats empathy and morality, but that's where
and once again, spoiler to my my outro, but just like you're saying, it seems to be a quality of being a mammal. That's
yes,
our thing.
very, very common in mammals. I wouldn't say that these systems of empathy and reciprocity don't exist in other creatures. They may in birds, which are very intelligent. It's harder to study other sort of non-mammals because we're so similar to mammals, but sort of the way that social birds interact, they sort of do have a tendency to attack to save one of the members of their flock, kind of thing.
And the reason that is because birds seem to have a lot of analogous regions of the brain, like a lot of the higher functions that we have, that we think of with motor skills and stuff. It's almost, and once again, if I'm saying anything wrong, a biologist or something, but they have had like a convergent evolution. So there seems to be this thing about social species where, parts of the brain need to develop. And so they have had analogous type of things going on.
You see similar things even in reptiles that like alligators that will care for their young. That is, in a way, it's touching. It's a much more rudimentary form of it, but it is touching upon those same things because these, even though it is their offspring, but these are not. It doesn't affect their survival per se, but they do have a reason to want to.
And alligators like sharks. I mean, that model has just worked for so long.
Yes,
it's just a great model.
It's very specialized for its environment and very successful in its environment. Someone wants to talk about cats. Cats aren't much of a social species. They do have some social interaction, but like you'll notice that the tendency is for dogs to care about others a lot more. They seem to display more empathy than cats. Cats can be complete assholes. They can show those.
It seems like we bred that into them. It seems like we have created. I mean, dogs are the one organism that I can. Well, there are there's probably others, but they are the highlighted organism that I can think of that we created, that we have artificially made. And so, we domesticated cats, but we have not changed a giant amount of their genetics. I'm sure we've changed a little bit.
Yeah, but I think we have to a degree. But then again,
to a degree, but not like dogs. I mean, if
not
you just
dogs,
look at the breed of dogs, the fact that a Chihuahua and a Great Dane can make babies, that shouldn't be happening in nature. And
however, you do have to consider the origins of those species. So you have dogs that were social pack hunters. And displayed empathy as wolves. Like, for instance, wolves will put the oldest and slowest members up the front of the line, so nobody is left behind, or no wolf is left behind. Right, they take care of their weaker members. I mean, there is a dominance system within the wolf structure, but they do take care of their weaker members. Whereas cats are solitary hunters.
And that's part of the reason why I think we also we're able to domesticate. I think it helps that they are a social creature.
Absolutely,
I just want to bring up two things. I'm going to, I guess three things. I want to bring up something, bring up a
night,
question
Math
for
Pig.
Mark Reid, and then
Math
give
Pig.
him his left. Whoa, night Math Pig. Also, Math Pig,
Oh, night,
sending
Math Pig.
love. I'm going to be sending you a question. I would like to add roles to the Skeptic and Ranting Discord server because I want to start adding even Discord debates and discussions more and getting even more active. And I think that's a great way to do it. I kind of like it. And so tell me what I got to do, how you and I got to do, whatever got to be done. But sending love and tucking you in. You're probably like, listen, lady, I am trying to type here while I'm half naked in bed. But speaking of sending love from Sinister Porpoise, just hit me up. Boom, boom, boom. Sounds good. Sending love to Math Pig, the man with the plan. Him and Titan are basically the reason that we were able to have a Skeptic and Ranting Discord server, but it is swelled so much, and it has been really great. So he's like, I am half naked. That's right, baby. But also sending love too. I'm gonna keep on sending it. Enough. We are about to bring on Pat, and then we're gonna bring on Bree. But we will let you, like the VIP pass, with their blessing, the metaphorical blessings, of course, because the greedy little secret. A dirty little secret is all the atheists want to hear theists. Like that is our bread and butter. We're like, oh my. So we'll let you come on in.
Yeah, well, that's all I wanted to show, and I think he said you had a question, but
He did. He said if you make everyone admin, then you can't. Then no one can troll because everyone will just be working for you.
An admin.
When everyone is trolls, there are no trolls.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. Like I said, Tim. Listen, Mark is just sitting up here.
Cheers,
being
so
rational and reasonable, talking about evidence-based things and showing, actual science. We did have a question,
like
from
Anthony
Mark,
Hopkins
though, from
says.
Carol. If I could find it,
I'm just going to stop my screen. I realize there's been an angry monkey on the on
the
screen all this time.
But Carol the Atheist says, question for Mark Reid. Love hearing you talk about empathy. Are you familiar with the double empathy problem? If so, I'd love to hear you talk about it sometime.
I'm not familiar with that, but I'd love for you to take me over it. Absolutely. Yeah, Carol, sure. Absolutely. That would be fantastic.
Woo-hoo.
And all right. Channel. He's on Discord. So
yes, he does. I should have it down here, Gizmo. If you could, thank you. Right there on the screen, you can actually find Mark Reid of Mark Reid Atheism. We got that title, but now Mark needs to get monetization. So
apparently so.
Well,
thank you so much for having me on.
Converts him, he can be Mark Reid Christian.
Before
Mark Reid
you
Christian,
leave,
I've changed my channel name. Yeah.
Last thoughts, Mark. Does morality come from religion?
No, and I don't think it comes from God either. I think it's it's a social sort of mechanism that has evolved over time because it is so necessary for keeping social species cohesive in societies. If we didn't have morality in societies, they would just crumble, things would break apart. The fact that they do keep not just our species but other species cohesive is sort of telling that it's not a God giving it to us unless for some reason, if you want to claim that God gave it to other species as well, great, but that raises the question why. So maybe someone's got an answer. I don't know. It's sort of one of those things that morality from God's kind of impossible to disprove if you want to say that he gave it to everything. But he certainly didn't write anything on my heart. My heart pumps blood around my body. It hasn't anything written on it. But my sense of empathy does help me engage with my fellow humanity and other animals. And so I don't see... It's a wonderful thing. That's not to minimize it. It definitely is wonderful. and it's fantastic. And I love this subject, by the way. I could talk forever, so I want to cut myself off because I really love this subject. But thank you so much for having me on. I really appreciate it.
Lovely having you on, Mark, as always. And once again, you should be checking out not only Mark on Debate Me Bra, which we are getting theists lined up, but modern day debate.
One of these days.
One of these days. I
won't hold my breath.
We were supposed to be getting praise on here. We'll figure that out. But send it love. Mark, it was lovely having you on as always, and we are about to get Pat and then Bree on.
All right, take care, and I'll see you later.
Have a great night, Mark.
But sending love out there in the Twitch chat. I can't tell if that person is if they're like confused because they like said something, then apologized, then said something again. But we will run the gamut.
Patreons real quick.
Yes, we will do 3 more Patreons, and we will also just send it out there if you would like to join the live stream. I'm sending love to you, Grim 420. Smoke weed every day.
Yeah,
I think that's quoted from the Bible. I think I was just quoting the Bible, not. But also, Uttering House 10. If you are out there and you're asking where is the open mic, well, the open mic is right here. Boom, 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 boom. So if you are a theist, we are looking for you to tell us why you think that God actually, or religion, I guess, or one or the other, actually gives us morality, because James and I disagree.
We don't see it. I'm always on EA Dawa. Completely theistic. That's good for you.
Well, it sounded like completely theistic was saying things that were agreeing with us. I'll tell you, I'm always loving when oh, look at that. And oh my. The bait worked. Okay, Pat, Bree, just give us 1 second. Just 1 second. Oh my God. And we weren't even using live bait. Oh wait, yes we were. We're live. Okay, but we weren't using worms. That's what I'll say. Because they're so wiggly and adorable. We're using corn. So we're going to get curious skeptic, because like my sexuality, I can't help it. I want to see if it's a theist. But I do want to send love out there. We're going to shout out both Pat and Bree's channel because they are non-believers. I'm happy to wait. Oh, sending love, Bree. Well, we're going to shout out your channels out there because Pat has a fantastic channel and a course that he's getting ready to go live. And then Bree has The Hive, which is just does fantastic
always got streams
educational content. And so sending love out there. I'm trying to find all of those links. Don't real quick. Gotta set up the old camera. That's okay. I got Krish. We put corn and somehow we got 2 bites. So I'm actually feeling good. So we're gonna see into me, he, or something like that. We're calling me skeptical. James, is your body ready? We survived 4.
Do it. Let's do it.
I just have to give this warning, okay? I have to brag a little bit just in case, because these people are from Twitch. I'm not saying it's going to happen again.
No, don't even.
Don't even curse it? What's up, folks?
I'm just going to be ready.
Because I don't believe in jinxing or whatever I can say. Yeah, I just can't help it. Okay, let's bring it on. Also, sending love to Uncle Beck, who does fantastic content on Tang on his own channel with student Dr. Ben. What is up, Rebel?
This is
Illuminati confirmed. Yo, this is what we want, though. I'm all for it, Rebel. Like I said, doesn't matter that we disagree. Oh my God, now we're getting people. We're just gonna do it. James, our body is ready. Do. Woo! Oh, Krish, what is up? We are calling me skeptical on does morality come from religion? I hope you're doing well, and what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I just want to know your viewpoints.
Sure, morality does not come from religion.
What do you think,
Okay.
Chris?
We can elaborate, or if you still want to give yours, we're also.
I mean,
We're naturalists.
I would say morality doesn't come from religion, but like it comes from like God.
Well, interestingly enough, that's the second time we've heard that tonight. But what does that mean to you? What does it mean? How do you separate out God and religion then?
Well, I mean, like religion is just like a set of guidelines, and like God is like the ultimate creator. So I know there's a difference between the two. That's just my opinion.
Do you mind us asking what God do you subscribe to? Do you subscribe to a God?
Well, I don't have a religion at the moment, but I just believe that there is a God.
Oh, would you consider yourself a deist?
Yeah, in a way.
Okay. So you don't know that there is a God. But where does your morality come from? Or you're just ascribing whatever moral feelings you have that they come from whatever God that there may be.
Well, I feel like a lot of like my morality comes from like being like around other moral people, I guess.
Okay.
Sure. I think we're a social species, so we agree with you there. I'm getting a question in from Pat. It says, which god or gods? And if you don't know, that's an acceptable answer. I know that sometimes people get berated for saying the sentence, I don't know, but on a skeptic channel, you will not. Oh, and that's for you, Krish, I will say.
Oh, okay.
I feel bad. Yes, actually, I'll even, that might not have been apparent. So which god or gods are you talking about, Krish?
Well, I just believe in like one God. I don't think there's like many.
Can I ask why?
Yeah, for sure. So like I feel like if there was like multiple gods, they would just like fight amongst each other, which doesn't seem logical.
A little bit Dragon Ball Z, but
Have you been affiliated with a religion before, or?
Well, I was like born into Hinduism, but I kind of like leaned out of it.
So what label I think James asked this, but do you have a label that you would go by? Is it?
Well, I mean, I'm studying like Christianity and like Islam at the moment, and like I feel like I'm like more aligned towards Islam.
Really?
Krish,
Yeah.
does that mean Krishna? Is that from Krishna? Is that because that's the name you use?
Yeah,
you
pretty
come from
much.
a background of Hinduism. Okay.
But see, when I hear that, I don't want to say that breaks my heart, but you're a lovely human being. It sounds like, but like, prophethood is just a weird concept to me. Like what is it about Islam or Muhammad or?
Yeah, well, I mean, like Christianity, they have like this like Trinity thing, which like literally makes like no sense. But like Islam doesn't have that.
And can I tell you what I find that most Islam streams do? Muslim streams is they tend to focus on Christianity. Is that they tend to focus on
and
why
the
Trinity is so silly, why coming back from the dead is so silly. She's up here. And so I think if you focus on that, it's easy to think, wow, these Muslims are a bunch of rational, skeptic-minded thinkers. It's that they never bring up their own miracle claims. And so until they're actually, and they don't like to because they call those people Quranists. They will actually go out of their way, for whatever reason, to disparage them, kind of like the way that we look at fundies. And so you get these very deist arguments. I'm sure I can see why they'd be appealing to a deist or a pantheist, but I almost think that they are aimed that way.
Oh, okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, I see. I guess they're just trying to like prove as to like why Islam is like the truth.
Well, see, I would disagree. I think they're trying to prove first cause or necessary being or anything else but a god, so that they can kind of warm you up to this God concept, because they can't just do it. You can't just go from atheist to Muslim. You kind of got to go to this deist pantheist type of transitionary step, because after you buy the Kalam, then you can go to Islam. But it's not until you're on board with a first cause that they'll even often talk to you about a God. Can I we'll have a response to that if you'd like, but then I want to just point out a single chapter. James probably knows what chapter I'm going to bring up, but Chris, do you have any response? I don't want to overtalk or speak too much.
I guess like the other religion that also makes sense to me is like Judaism too.
Well, and can I tell you, you are not the first. That's what I heard Khalil say from Abcdeig. I've heard that actually twice. Is that it was either Judaism
so much time,
or Islam. It was one of the two, and I went to Islam.
Bashing this Trinity thing.
Well, I've also heard no one say. I've heard that only from Muslims. I've never heard a Jew go like it was either Judaism or Islam, and I chose Judaism. It's always that it's just weird. It's just this weird correlation I've just noticed from Muslims. Not saying that's a bad thing, because I mean my parents are Jewish. I mean, like I said, I love Hala.
They just spent so much time railing against this Trinity that
Sup, almighty,
because that's their main opponent is Christianity, so they end up not really.
And I think it's a good tactic. But I really want to go, though, to this notion of prophethood. Like, why would you think that it would be a good reason for a god to have a middleman?
Well, to essentially like spread the message.
But couldn't he just talk to everybody? Why have a single dude?
People.
I mean, I guess maybe like they wanted to like them to figure out that it exists on their own. Perhaps, I don't know.
Well, and I'll tell you, the apologetic I feel like you're kind of giving, and what they would normally say is it's a test. But I feel like that's an evil thing. I feel like whenever I hear that, I'm like, oh, the loving God wants to play Saw with us. Fantastic.
He wants to make so only people who are gullible and will believe things without evidence pass the test. It's very, very strange.
Yeah, I can kind of see your point, because it's like, hey, instead of like putting all these tests on us, why not just reveal yourself?
Well, and they say
that question does come up.
They say he is not even all powerful. We'll grant a maximally powerful. But the moment that we start asking this God to do things, he becomes less and less powerful, and the excuses start to pile up. So this God is maximally powerful. Why can't he talk to us one-on-one? Well, ... He's really trying to send you on your journey. Well, I mean, wouldn't it just be easier to just talk with us one-on-one? And so
send you on your journey, but if your journey doesn't get to where I want your journey to go to, well, then I've got something in store for you.
Right.
Well, like I would just say, so you said before that you get your, where did you say you think your sense of morality comes from a God, but you don't really subscribe yet to a religion? So what is your kind of in your day-to-day life, how do you make moral decisions?
Well, I mean, I just like get a sense of morality on my own.
So you get a sense of morality on your own. So, and that's just from your interactions with other people, I guess, and their interactions with you, and you deciding, what seems right to you.
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, I mean, there is. I know because I know that we just went to this example before, but there's a book that says really bad things should happen to someone like Amy just for when she's not hurting anybody. She's just being who she is. And there's a book that says bad things should happen to her for that. And that supposedly comes from a deity. And we don't have any good justifications for that other than the God said so, or the deity said it's wrong, or that he said it's bad. But, she's not hurting anybody else, just her being who she is and trying to live her best life. I don't really see where they come up with that.
And that's the other thing that I worry about when you start to, the moment that you accept or these specific religions, you are going to adapt their morality, and all of a sudden the hate the sin, not the sinner type of language is going to start popping up, and then it's very quickly into, I don't want to dislike all these people, but the book says so.
Yeah, I see.
It just seems like the God wouldn't have to come up with these arbitrary rules for things like that. Like our morality, like we want our morality to be at least based on articulable reasons that we can express.
And Chris, you're I feel like it's actually fantastic. You sound actually very open-minded to what we're saying. So
absolutely.
Just so I hope that it sounds like you're being truthful and not placating or anything. But I just want to put like a bow on what we're talking about. Is that attached to atheism, you don't have to go crazy. We often don't talk politics, but you don't have to go far right, far left. You don't have to go. You don't have to be a completely nihilistic, not caring about anything in the world. You don't have to throw out family, tradition, community, all of these things that I think are highly important. In fact, are basically, that's right, Ryder, are basically what make life worth living. We can do with a secular version, and I think we even do it better because you don't have all this baggage. It's why are you being good? Are you being good because the guy is watching you 24/7, 365, or are you giving the homeless guy a sandwich because shit? You know what? I actually have felt that before. I know what it feels like, and so I'm gonna either break the sandwich in half or even give them the whole sandwich because I have meat and bread at home and I can make another one. And so the small amount of good that I'm doing in this moment gives not only a pleasure to me, but it gives does a ample amount of good to this person, and I can just go home and once again live my life as if almost nothing happened and no negative consequences to my own. It's a win-win. And so, it all happens naturally.
Yeah, for sure. And I feel like you don't really need a god to get morality because it comes from the heart. It's not about pleasing God to do it.
Sure. I mean, I liked at least everything. I liked everything you said because I don't care about the God, so I'll take it. What you just said there.
Definitely.
Like I said with the last call, I'm trying to think. I don't mean to steer it in directions that we disagree with, because it sounds like you're a mensch and a
reasonable
human
guy,
being, a reasonable
trying to
theist.
figure shit out.
We have, like I said, we have many mods on here that are reasonable theists. So I'll try and keep on putting pressure in that what would change your mind that this being exists? Because you seem, it seems to be what you're saying is, and tell me if this is a straw man, God is where good comes from, but the atheist and theist can both be good. So I'll take that as your view, but then the pressure would be, why God? Why does God have? Why does goodness have to come from this guy?
Yeah, no, you guessed correctly. I certainly did have that viewpoint, and like, I do believe that God exists because, like, I feel like all of our like complex body processes didn't come from nothing.
Sure. Can I tell you a secret? Not a secret, but let me tell you something that I think will catch your attention when you go into theist circles from now on. But nothing is a very theistic word. And that may seem weird because theists use it to explain atheists. They use that to explain the atheistic viewpoint. You will hear phrases like, I just can't, I don't have enough faith to believe that something came from nothing. But the irony, to me, at least, and it sounds like this is what James agrees with as well, is that you only hear this from creationists, is that you will actually hear many atheists, if you ask them, you know, do you believe in nothing? They'll say, I don't know. Do you have a example of a nothing? Do you have a copy? Do you have something we can look at? And you will find most skeptics actually will philosophically reject the concept of nothing. Now, we accept things like zeros. There's actually a reason why the Romans did not have a zero, because they also struggled with this concept. It's why it starts with the 1. There is no Roman numeral 0. And so I would say we can understand what nothing in your bank account means when you go, oh man, I have nothing in your bank account. But yet once you get to like a philosophical nothing, we're not even sure that could exist, because as far as we're concerned, the Big Bang was an expansion event, not a creation event. It was just that whatever was there just expanded.
Before.
Yes, it was something expanded, not a nothing. And so, but what are your thoughts on everything we just,
Well, I mean, I do believe that the universe started at a certain point in time.
Sure. I mean, I would say the universe, as space-time specifically, came into being as a possibility 13.5 billion years ago. Because in a singularity, you can't have space-time because you need to have multiple points. You need to be able to be over here and there. But in a singularity, you are both here and there at the same time. So it's incoherent. It becomes all
doesn't mean anything.
Quantum, and it becomes incoherent because of that. Also, I feel bad, Jay. I did see you backstage. We have a little bit of a queue because Curious Skeptic is about out there. I should have pinned.
We lost Pat.
Pat, because it's probably a late night. I do want to find out. I'm trying to find where his not channel, his class was, so I could pin it. So so I'll try and find that because I do want to continue to give him shout outs. But yeah, Chris, we're still good to talk. I'm interested do you have any thoughts about morality, maybe holes that you think are in the atheist viewpoint towards this type of outlook?
Well, I mean, like, when it, like, comes to, like, morality for, like, atheists, like, I mean, like, let's say if, like, somebody does something bad, then, like, in the end of the day, we would have to have somebody to fear from, and that would be God.
Can I ask, when someone says you need to have the fear of God in you, what does that statement mean to you?
Well, I mean, to me personally, it means that, like, we should, like, fear him if he does something bad, but, like, that doesn't mean like we should like be like, oh, this God is just here to like kill us if we do something bad. No, he loves us and he doesn't really want us to do that.
Well, I mean, this really started off like how this idea got started as, so we have police and we can watch what each other do and we can monitor each other's, but there's always a time, when there's nobody watching you, when you have the option to do something, and there's no way you can get caught because there's just no way. And so where this religion, this God concept comes is that, well, even though there's no human watching you, guess what? There's always God watching you, and you might not get punished today, you might not get punished tomorrow, but God is watching you. He's keeping account of what you're doing. And so it arose as this way of enforcing morality when the fact of the matter is we can't always be watching what each other's doing, nor we want to. And but there is some utility in the idea that maybe certain people feel if certain people were to feel that they were being watched at certain times, maybe they would be more moral. You understand what I mean?
I mean, like from what I see, like for example, if like somebody like gossips behind your back, and like if they don't really like get punished for that, then like what's the point?
Right.
Well,
right.
Yeah, and I would say that we just have to deal out punishments in this life. That's the only place that we can get justice.
And we run into this concept, Chris, before where we'll be told, like, so you're telling me that somebody like Hitler, he could start this big war that killed millions of people. He could round up the Jews and all these people and send them to these camps where millions of them died. And then at the end of the day, he's losing the war and he just pulls out a gun and he puts it up to his head and he shoots himself. And that's it. There's nothing that's going to happen to him. And we have to say, yes, that's it. Nothing else is going to happen to him. We would like there to be a sense of justice where you could have a trial and you could put for public display exactly what he did, how he did it, but we don't get that opportunity. And as much as we'd like it, we just don't. That's just the unfortunate reality of it.
Tim, that's funny. I always say the joke whenever I'm talking or they start making bans to neo-Nazis. I'm always like, make like your leader. Getting really spicy though. Oh, sending so much love.
Did we get some Nazis out there?
No. Well, he was just making a joke towards them. No, the opposite. Sending love. But we will keep on going.
Yeah,
Chris.
I was excited. I thought we had.
I do see. Well, that's why there's certain servers and certain places that I have hung out just because they dislike me because I can't hate myself. Can't help myself.
It was a 9mm piece of lead that was the last thing that went through his mind.
But can I ask, Chris, what would change your mind about God? Or even to be on subject, what would change your mind that God was the foundation of morality? Answer one, both, whatever you'd like.
Well, man, like, I guess, like, when it comes to God, like, like, one thing that, like, could, like, make people, like, less, like, genuine would be, like, to, like, just do good things to, like, please God so that then he'll, like, love you or something like that. Then, like, people are not really gonna mean it.
Well, that's interesting. I would tweak that. To me, that was so close to what we would agree on. What I would say, and maybe you'll say this is the equivalent or the same thing. How about just do good things, and if this God sees good works, then they're going to know you're a good person.
Right? Yeah, I kind of agree. Because to be honest, like for me, it's like doing good deeds. It's like I feel like it should like come from like us rather than like God. Then if like God sees it, then like he'll reward us.
I mean, I hate to say it, but both you and the other theists before us, you're just too darn trying to be reasonable with us. Yeah, too darn reasonable. Because, I mean, I wish more theists were like that. Once again, I don't know. You know, we often get pushback on the works get you into heaven and all this. I mean, I don't think James and I care about heaven, but we often get, if you know what I mean, especially the Yahweh of the Bible. But we often get people who say it has nothing to do with works. It is just basically faith. And so you could basically be a terrible person that does nothing good. But as long as you believe.
But at the same time, we do kind of like the idea of redemption. We like the idea that somebody could do bad and then have a change of heart, have a change of mind, come to, I guess they would call it repentance, but I would just call it a change of disposition, a change of heart, and to be a better person. We like those kind of stories, but yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, Rebel.
And all right, Chris, we can go for a few more minutes if you would like, if you have any questions for us. But it sounds like you actually agree with much of us on the subject, which is, as far as I'm concerned, fantastic. Trying to think. So, James or Chris, do you have any more questions for each other?
No, I think I'm good. Thank you for coming on, Chris. It was nice to meet you. You're welcome to come back anytime.
Oh yeah, thank you so much.
And what I'll also give you the ball one last time. It was lovely having you on, as we call me skeptical, but I do want to know, does morality come from religion?
I would say primarily no.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah, you don't need a religion to be a good person. Like,
I don't think so. I don't think you do.
I mean, that sounds good. Ladies and gentlemen, we've had 2 atheists and 2 theists so far say that. So there you go. Thank you so very much, Chris, for being with us.
Yeah, for sure.
Love to have
you
conversations. I know, sir. And then it's like, ma'am. And it's like, don't call me ma'am. Okay, whatever.
How dare you call me ma'am?
But thank you, Chris, for calling us
Chris.
skeptical. We are about to bring on another theist, and it was lovely to have you.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks. It was nice to talk to you guys too.
Thanks so much, Chris.
Yeah, for sure.
Because according to Ken Hovind, I don't know if you knew this, Amy. I just have to get this out there before.
Oh no, you're good. And
some people like to have sex with the opposite sex.
I know. Was that a little bit of Freudian slip? I mean,
same sex. Yeah,
same sex.
Some people like to have sex with the same sex.
It's okay, Kent. Like I said, snuggle up to Matt as much as you can. But we have Curious Skeptic, Jay, and Thomas Bear. Oh, well, Thomas Bear looks like you're an atheist. So we have, in that case, we're going to have Bree and Thomas Bear come with us in the back. But we are also going to get Curious Skeptic on.
Oh, he does, Purosity. I can't get enough of Kent. He lives rent-free up there.
And actually, I'm going to be right back 1 second before we get Curious Skeptic on here. So just give
Good night, Pat.
me 1
Pat's
second.
on the way out.
Night, Pat, if you could actually, not only sending love to you, Pat, can you actually send that link back into chat of your upcoming class? I just want to pin it, because that is the least we can do. Woo, woo.
That is the least we can do.
Keep on sending love out there. We are calling me skeptical. We are asking, does morality come from religion? We are the nay side, and so we're looking for people to be positive, or if you
That's right,
agree
Big
with
Bad
us,
Mama.
we're looking. Amy gave Pat homework. Hey, look, we are shilling with the tillin'.
She's got a
Five
ruler if
That's
you don't have your
right.
homework ready.
Oh
And she,
my, that's right. I'm
She's
gonna
got a
ask
school
for
teacher.
extra credit.
Yeah.
But I'll be back
She
in
could be a
second.
schoolgirl and a school teacher.
That's right.
All
But
I'll entertain them. I'll entertain them.
But while yes, I want to actually just preface it, which is, James, this was on your mind. That's part of the reason, and because kind of it's a linchpin to a lot of theistic mindsets, I think, lately.
Well, there you go. Yeah. I mean, we hear this all the time. We heard this from Mr. Batman the other day during his flood debate, of all things, the flood. He wants to talk about morality. They like to talk about it because it's not something that's like tied to the natural world clearly. It's not. There's no physical evidence to it that they can point to, so they feel safer in that. Like the hard sciences, they get very very touchy about that because they can be falsified. They like things that are unfalsifiable. They can just make their baseless assertions over and over again. And we really have to. That was a great thumbnail by AJ, by the way. They like to hang out in realms of philosophy. It's where they feel safer, and they feel like they can tuck each other into bed. But it really is kind of this mindless top-down morality that they advocate for from this God. It really is very anti-intellectual. It's just very like, oh, God say bad, and like Mr. Batman with his arguments, with his you get this on Ray Comfort's channel too. Like, oh, if you appeal to a absolute morality, then like if you say God is evil, they'll say, well, you're appealing to him to declare him evil, so therefore you're acknowledging his existence. And no, there are different moral systems that don't come from God. Amy's got her take on it. I have a little different take on it, but neither one of them are dependent on a God. At the end of the day, it's just our opinions about things. But this Christian morality, I kind of, Matt Dillahunty, he likes to call it the mafia boss, which is basically exactly what you've got going on here. Like to say that they have their absolute morality. Well, no, that's actually not what they're saying. They're basically saying we have our opinions, God has his, but God is in a position to enforce his opinions on us. God's got the biggest stick. You could disagree with him, but he will still send you to hell. That does not mean he's objectively right, though, is it? Because you could still be in hell burning and still disagree with him while you're burning in hell. And that does not make it absolute or objective. That just makes him the mafia boss who imposes his with fear and force. Yeah, the complaint department. And it really comes down to this. This whole thing started with God, who was supposedly he didn't need to create anything. He was perfectly content being by himself. Be that as it may, he decided he wanted to create creatures to worship him. But he decided that he has a nature, and he decided that whatever conformed to his nature would be morality by definition, because he said so. And he is righteous because he defines righteousness based on his parameters. He is holy because he defines holiness around his parameters. It's just how he defines the words. But he decided not to give us that same nature. He decided to give us a different nature that could be different. We could make the choice to adopt his nature, but it wouldn't be ours naturally. Like, he doesn't have to try to do good. It's just who he is. It's not no effort for God to not lie or to always tell the truth, because that's just who he is. But for us, it actually is an effort. We have to make affirmative choices to be that way. And by the way, we can make the other choice. And it comes down to the question of free will. did God want to grant free will to creatures? Well, yeah. Why? Well, God didn't want people to be forced to worship him. He only wanted people to worship him who wanted to worship him. Like, would you like, Amy, for like your spouse, your partner to would you want them to really love you, or would you want them to just love you because you make them love you? No, that wouldn't mean anything. You would want them to love you because they actually love you and they want to be with you rather than by force. So
Yeah, rather than a
God,
gun to someone's head.
exactly. So God sets it up so he only wants to be worshipped by those who want to worship him. So he's not going to force you to worship him. He's not. You have the choice. You can worship him or you can burn in hell forever. But he's not trying to force you to do anything. He is not putting any pressure on. It is your choice. You can make that choice because God gives you that right. So, but he is not forcing anybody to worship him. He's not. And, if you think that logic might be the same logic a rapist could use when they say, well, I mean, she said, okay. I mean, the fact that I had a knife to her throat might have had something to do with that, but she still said, okay. I mean, I don't see what the problem is, officer.
James,
yeah.
I don't understand. It's their own free will. They gave me their
I
wallet.
asked for the
really
wallet,
just don't
right.
understand. But yes, we are going to.
Yeah.
Oh, we were about to say and, but we are going
just going to say one more thing.
Sure.
That is,
you're all good.
God.
Oh.
Go ahead.
We do have one more theist backstage. We are about to bring on Curious Skeptic before we bring on Bree, Jay, and Thomas Bear. But you wanted to say one last thing? I feel like I really did interrupt you.
Well, people say that God will never interact. He will never interfere with people's free will, but that's not true because we know that there's at least on there's several occasions, but the two most notably where he does it, and we've gone over many times on this channel, where God interacts with the Pharaoh's free will to make his little Exodus story that he's playing puppets with everybody. And we've been told that the Pharaoh hardened his own heart, that God just came in and hardened it anyway. But how does that make sense? So if the Pharaoh wasn't going to let him go no matter what, why would God have to come in and then harden his heart? It would only make sense to harden his heart is if the Pharaoh would have been open to he could have been persuaded to let him go, but God stepped in and said, no, you are not going to let him go.
5 times.
Because I am having so much fun raining death, destruction, and suffering down on the people of Egypt, most of whom have no say whatsoever, but I am having fun making their lives miserable, and I'm not going to let my fun be spoiled by the Pharaoh saying, okay, maybe I will let him go. You want to go? All right, go. Where would the fun be in that? And also in the New Testament, where we're told that God will send people strong delusions so that people will believe a lie. And that's God sending the delusion. These are people who might not believe a lie, but God is going to make them so they will believe that lie, so he can then punish them for believing that lie that he made them believe in the first place. Makes sense, right? Yeah. Aren't you starting to see this objective morality and just how wonderful it is? It is so amazing, this objective morality. And
it feels objective. And if you disagree, we have a complaint department.
Now there's a baseball bat of love and kindness right there.
That's right.
Because, at the end of the day, he loves you. He does love you.
But he loves you. Sending love to Georgie. All right, let's get our another theist friend on. We are calling me skeptical on does morality come from religion? Let's find out with Curious Skeptic. Woohoo! What is up, Curious Skeptic? We are calling me skeptical on does morality come from religion? What are your thoughts?
Oh, sorry. Can you repeat the question?
Absolutely. We want to know, does morality come from religion?
Does morality come from religion? What makes you think it would? It would.
Oh, we are the opposite viewpoint. We do not think that morality comes from religion. We often get that claim. In fact, we often get the claim that you cannot have morality without a religion or a God view.
Okay. Well, yeah, I agree with you. I don't think morality
Boom.
comes from religion, but I also don't think
3 for 3 with Theus. No, Curious Skeptic, we love you already. Keep going.
Oh no, that was it.
Oh, that was it?
Well, I got more to talk about if you want.
Sure.
No, go ahead.
It said that it also it said not to. I'll say the same thing I've now said twice. Not to pry too much because it sounds like we agree with each other. It sounds like you are a skeptic. That we're glad that you are part of the community. However, you also, it says here, you're a Protestant Christian.
That's correct.
So I have to, I guess, ask why.
Prod a little bit.
Well, my father's Irish, and I can't really stand the Catholics, so I also grew up in Berlin.
So I just have to wait. I just have to ask. You were like, it was to go to sports. It was definitely like it was like Eagles or Dallas, and you're like they're competing. So it wasn't one. So go the other.
What?
They're rival teams. Hey, I got to make a really trivially reverent sports reference. Anyway, so there was you didn't want to be McDonald's, so you went Burger King.
You kind of lost me along the way there. I'm sorry.
Well, you're saying you didn't want to be Catholic. I'm Protestant.
Yeah.
They're both selling burgers. It's just,
Well, but one
teams.
is more correct than the other.
Yeah, exactly. Burger King or McDonald's.
You like the Protestant flavor?
I'll drop my jokes. Okay, we'll go right there. Why?
I'm more of a sports guy. I prefer like the Mets over the Yankees.
All right.
Oh,
you're gonna make
I'm
me
with you
get
right there.
highly
I'm with you
technical.
right there. We all like the Yankees around here because
Yeah, I
I
kind of
don't
fucking
like
hate
the
the Yankees,
Yankees,
bro.
I hate the Yankees. They are an abomination. They
What's your
ruined
team?
my Atlanta Braves.
Atlanta, Braves, right? Acuna.
Yeah.
I just want to
So-
point out, I'm kind of a sports person myself. All of them, of
Oh,
course.
she is such a
very much so.
sportsanista.
Very specifically the local team. They're an underdog right now, but this is their year. We're talking about religion, morality. I'm trying to go. You said you are Protestant Christian because you went away from your father kind of had those type of Catholic views. They weren't really attractive. What's attractive about Protestantism?
Well, I really support the IRA at the moment, so it has a lot to do with the IRA.
Kind of a political thing.
Yeah.
Okay, you know what? I'm gonna go just a few layers, even deeper, because politics we could go. Everyone has their opinions on things, but I have a fundamental peeve with the Abrahamic religions. And it is this notion of prophethood. And I think that a lot of the Abrahamic religious people, they kind of accept this on board.
Oh, sorry to interrupt. I just want to put this out there. I haven't read the Bible yet.
Oh, that's okay. Most Christians haven't.
But the Irish Republican Army is a Catholic group. It doesn't make sense that you would be a Protestant and you would support the IRA.
Oh, wait, I do have to.
Not adding up here.
Because you were so honest. Mark has to know. Are you a Poe?
What?
All right, there we go. We got our answer. That was an honest what, right? I'll keep on going.
What are the questions you got for me?
Well, go down with prophethood because to me, why does it have to be this one guy? Like, not only Jesus, Moses, Samuel, all of these guys that can
Is
just
he,
talk.
Your hat is really distracting me. I'm sorry.
What's that? Listen,
are you an Abraham
I'm
Lincolnist? Do
trying
you believe Abraham
to
Lincoln
be
existed?
I wasn't. I just want to point out that
I'm more
I
of a Thomas
wasn't
Jefferson kind of guy personally.
originally the coach. They put me in to be coach, and ever since I just fell in love with the scrappy ragtag team of kids that I think can take it all the way this year. I really do, and it doesn't even matter anymore. They cut the pay, and I'm still gonna coach.
C-U-R-R-Y.
What are we talking about? Okay. Go team. Yes, curious skeptic. Is there something that sells you on Jesus? Like the I guess we're gonna go to that specific prophet.
Well, why I prefer Jesus over not?
Well, exactly. And it's really not. It's not like a Jesus versus Muhammad, because that's the canon battle. Because to me, it's
I'm not
like,
Jewish.
Oh, Muhammad was is Islam, but
I know.
Oh, okay. I'm sent in love. But Jesus, like the guy coming back from the dead, and
Well, Jesus was Jewish. I'm not Jewish.
Are you a Christian?
Yeah.
My high or you high? No, I'm just kidding.
What?
I'm still going with this.
Yeah, I'll go with yes.
Yes. Yes.
Your
Well, I did pop Red
sexuality
Bull
is
like an hour
yes.
ago.
Is yes. No, I'm just I'm all on board with Jesus being Jewish, and I mean sir, I sometimes get in arguments with people who want to argue that Jesus wasn't Jewish, but those people tend to burn lowercase t's on lawns for some reason, and so I don't tend to mind. I'm like, nope, he was definitely Jewish. My parents are Jewish, good people. Even though they eat bacon, they're still Jewish.
I thought they couldn't eat pork.
Yes, it says so in their book, and they ignore that every
Ignore
day.
the book. Yeah.
Completely, just they're like, when they're in the line for McDonald's, they're like, I could follow this, or at least half of this, because they don't really follow the Old Testament. But they're like, a McDouble is 2 for $3.50. Yeah, and they just close this book and get that McDouble. But sending love. Anything else that you would like to talk about morality? Because we agreed so much on morality. It sounds like you could just be a good person without religion or God. So I was just trying to.
Well, I just want to make it clear I'm not Jewish.
Oh, we got that.
Sold. And I just want to make it clear I am also not Jewish.
Okay. What about you, James?
Me either. No, not Jewish. No.
There you
What
go,
are you?
ladies and gentlemen.
Atheist.
What are you, Amy?
I'm atheist. We're both agnostic atheists, I think.
That's fucking stupid.
Why? Yes, it got spicy. Oh my god. Like, I shouldn't get this excited when someone insults me. But why?
Police department.
Why is that stupid? Which
Why is
part?
it
The
stupid?
agnostic, the atheist part?
What the fuck are you living for?
Because there's a lot of things. Oh, so this is like a nihilism problem. Okay, like there's
I'm
a
not
lot.
Jewish.
Okay,
What?
I think he's told us.
It's
what,
a joke.
Yeah.
There's
yeah,
no
I think
way. Okay.
You keep making indication that I'm Jewish, but I've told you like 100 times.
Wait, what? Okay,
He's
James
just in
is
the
right.
back.
You're
He's
right.
just in the
It's
back.
It's
He's
troll.
just in the back.
It's a troll. I don't get what was I talking about Hillel? I was telling you were wearing a yarmulke.
He's an anti-Semite. He doesn't like Jewish people, so he just wants to make it clear that he's not Jewish over and over again.
But it has to be a troll point because that can't be like a.
He's not Jewish. Did he tell you he's not Jewish, Amy? Did I tell you I'm not Jewish, even though I'm a Protestant? But I like the Irish Republican Army, who is fundamentalist Catholic.
Well, I do have to say, I mean, that is something he and Martin Luther would like to make very clear, that he is not Jewish.
Yeah.
And Mel Gibson. Mel Gibson would like to make it perfectly clear that he is not Jewish.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I mean, Sent in Love, Curious Skeptic.
It was a good attempt. I mean, you did all right.
Well,
what did you say, like a 1.5 out of 10 on the troll scale? Maybe. Oh, that's being a little harsh. Maybe like a 2.5.
It was a slow burn, but the problem it's hard to tell because when you agree as a theist so much out the gate, I'm always a little skeptical. But we've been having that happen multiple times.
To lull you into a false sense of security, so he can tell you over and over again that he's not Jewish.
Like also the far whatever it always goes back to the JOOs. I don't know why it triggers them. What about the Jews? Wait, wait. I'm sorry. What was that? Are you sure? Okay. Soros is actually allowing us to continue. He almost. Oh my god. Soros almost shut it down, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my god. But he's allowing us. He is the true God, except for the TOS God. But him and Soros, same thing, really. What were we talking about? We have Sea Science. Sea Science. I've seen you post things behind. I would love to bring you on here eventually. Jay, who is the next? Is there a theist behind? We're about to start bringing skeptics, except for because I think Bree, Jay, and Bear are both atheists, and so we'll all bring, or both, as I say, 3 people. I think all of them are atheists, but I know Sea Science is a theist, so I'm just going to absolutely. Jace, wait, Jay, why you be next? Because we are asking for people who disagree with us that we give priority. Because once again, we're going to bring Bree up here and Bear, and they're just going to be horribly reasonable. Like they're just going to be. They're going to say all this rational and logical. I disagree with you. Sold. Done. Ladies and gentlemen, we're See, now I took the bait, Jay. You see how easy it was? You threw corn
Yeah, we got that.
I like high fructose corn syrup.
What am I disagreeing on?
I don't know. That's what we're here to find out.
All right, well, what's your stance?
That morality does not come from a god.
Okay, well, I disagree.
Do you disagree just because you're being contrarian and you like to debate and you just want to be the opposite position?
Yeah, something like that.
God damn it, Jay!
No, don't kick me out. Don't do it.
No, that's funny. I threw the pen and it actually hit the doesn't matter. You say don't kick me, but Jay, come on.
No, come on now. I want to have a good discussion.
What do you mean, come on now?
About what?
Come on now. So what's your stance? Like, explain your stance. James, you too.
I think we've been doing that. We don't think that morality is tied to a religious system of any kind.
Well, for everyone, or do you think it helps some people, like religion and morality?
Sure, maybe.
So David Wood, who claims to be a Christian psychopath, says that God is holding him back from killing people. And so generally our answer is, cool, keep on loving that old Jesus. But generally, we don't think that should be the solution. I think I saw someone basically say, that's just telling us that you're a bad person, but on a leash. And so that's all I can think about. I mean, I've met David Wood. He seemed like a nice guy. Maybe that's the weirdest thing about it.
Plotting your murder.
And he sounds very atheist when he debates Christians. Because if you are Christians, when he debates Muslims, he sounds like an atheist. But I don't think that should be. That's like the extreme. You shouldn't need to think that a guy is watching you 24/7, 365 to not stab people in the face.
But objectively, are there some people who make that claim? Yes, there are some people who make that claim.
Like, obviously extremists aren't good, but like I feel like religion for some people is good, right? Can we agree with that about that?
A rare sliver of people may have a paranoia effect of being watched 24/7, 365, like the Orwellian nightmare, in my opinion. But
it's like the placebo effect. Like, does it help certain people with certain things through the placebo effect? Sure. I mean, does it help certain people to think that there's a sky daddy that loves them and cares about them? I mean, maybe. Is that objectively true, or any good reason to think that? No.
Can you explain what a sky daddy is?
So they will even say the father. They are very specifically talking about a creator. So it would be a parental figure. It is a personal relationship, and the personal relationship would have to be they often joke, the dude's not wearing a beard, and we're like, that's not the part we're making fun about. Like,
call no man father. So he is the father. He is the sky daddy.
And send in love, Mark. This is an atheist we are talking to. He is trying his best. He's like, I will find a way to devil's advocate.
Yeah, I like.
But in a second, we want to get Bree and Thomas on.
All right, one more question.
Sure.
Sea signs ran away.
Yeah, well, I've never seen. Well, that's what happens. We should have got. What happens is these. The skeptics and the atheists will wait here basically until they fall asleep.
I'll let the next person go. I just got a question.
He's back. Yes, corn. No, but what was your final statement? We have been calling me skeptical on does morality come from religion? Jay, your final thoughts?
It's not about this, but like the last guy before me, why'd you kick him out?
We kicked him out because he is. Do you know what 4chan is? No. You don't know what 4chan is? Okay.
Wait, it's like Reddit, right?
I'm from 4chan. So if you could consider Reddit like a left kind of thing, they are far away. And I used to be on there for a long time. I'm now on other servers that are Find My Fill. And so we're just used to all these sorts of dog. Like we get the dog. He may not even. Well, what's the difference between trolling anti-Semitic memes and being anti-Semitic? I mean, we are a free speech channel. We want people to say whatever they want, but like we were getting Poe vibes. We sometimes get people like, why don't you put you just put fake Christians up on there? Why can't you put the smart Christians, the William Lane Craigs? It's like, this is the best we got.
We have a limited amount of time on the show, so to waste time, excessive amounts of time on a 4chan guy who just wants to let everybody know how anti-Semitic.
Sending love to 4chan. It's poll. It's very specifically the politically incorrect board of 4chan. I am a Polak myself, and yet I am tired of them trying to break RTOS. They can say whatever they want. Once again, but we want theists to actually defend their point, just not try to go take an open mic, do comedy if that's what you think your thing is. But don't come on, because it is a comedy channel. Come on and say fun, but don't
do comedy and just say I'm not Jewish. I'm not.
I got you.
Okay,
I thought you just kicked him out because he was Jewish.
No, and he's still back there. We want, and I mean, he was sending.
No,
he's back. Oh, he did lay. Okay,
He
well,
left on
because
his own.
my thing is we drop them backstage because I want them to still listen. But yes, we don't. We have only fully banned a handful of people,
Okay.
and it's because they break the TOS and they've earned it. They really went out. They basically were like, I'm gonna do ways in which get me banned.
Were those people Jewish? I'm joking. I'm joking. Don't kick me out. You can have the next person.
You know what? No, but I just it just goes. Does it come from a Twitch? You're sending love.
Yeah. The same avatar. Have fun.
Well, we got 2 porn bomb from 2 Twitch people that were working together. Even though the TOS gods still monetized us, they still put ads. They're still gonna listen to us and put ads. That's the crazy thing. Is that as long as we are actually batting the conspiracy theorists away, the YouTube people are like sitting there going, no, keep on doing it. Keep on making us money. We don't care. You're promoting science. We don't care that you're being spicy and saying that you're dropping F-bombs.
Soros is just smiling and over the whole thing.
Reason.
He's just supervising.
Yes, exactly. Now I wonder what. No, let me tell you, I do not trip on there. Let me tell you, I was a random person. No, I'm just kidding.
James, can you be my sky daddy?
Oh my, yes he can. Yes he can.
Right, thank you.
No,
you
I'm just kidding. Sending love to anyone who uses a trip code on 4chan. You can use a trip code. I don't care. I don't want to be a purist. Well, okay, we're going down the list. We got more theists. Thank you so much, Jay. It was lovely having you on. I am so sorry, Bree and Thomas. Keep on hanging with us. We have people that highly disagree.
That's the nature of this show.
Though I will say, if you guys send me your channel, yes, very specifically, all our other channels are open mic, and it won't. And we actually don't give priority to theists. It'll be atheist. But I'm gonna keep on going in and getting Sea Science, and then Rebel. I mean, Rebel does not believe the world is round. And so, sending love to you, Rebel. We're gonna keep on going down the list. It was nice having you on, Jay. Keep on joining.
No, don't take me off, dude.
No!
Please.
Okay.
No. Wait, just wait.
Well, it's a call-in show. Do you want to leave? That's fine. I was just gonna put you backstage.
Oh no, you can kick me out. You can kick me out.
Okay.
That's fine. Wait, no, don't do it. Don't do it.
Oh, it's like a Matt Dillhunty thing. Now I get it now. No, right, you're gone. Woohoo! What's up, Sea Science? We tried to get you on. We've only seen you post things behind. Are you there? Sea Science Film Labs.
Hello.
Of the Young Earth variety. We are calling you
the guy who got Ken Hovind playing his videos and debates now. He's moved up in the world with that Lucy Sacrum.
And now he has a slideshow from 1970. But Sea Science Film Labs, we are asking, does morality come from religion? Do you have any thoughts? I can't believe you would say something so true and yet so daring. I didn't think I'd agree with you. We're going to put you backstage.
I have to say, this is the most coherent I have ever heard of.
I see Jesse P backstage. There's no way that's Jesse Lee Peterson. I bet $10 it's Peter. Sending love.
Yeah.
If it is Jesse, welcome. Peter. If it is Jesse Lee Peterson, welcome to the show, Jesse. Lovely to have you. But we are going to get Rebel on. We're going to keep on.
Sure.
Wait, what is this? Is he typing? Why not review it on your show? You don't have the spoons. Are you really typing to us while you are in here in chat? Do you not have a microphone?
Yeah. Do you not have a micro? Are you afraid of your voice? Do you not like the sound of your own voice?
No? Do. All right. Well, Sea Science, we keep on trying to get you on, but we're gonna have to keep on moving on. You know, feel free to post whatever you want in chat. Stick around. We're not kicking or banning you, but I mean, it's hard to have an audio podcast with no audio. Thus, we do have to keep on moving forward.
Somebody who Doesn't want to talk.
But I love you, Sea Science. We love all our theist brothers and sisters. However, we are moving and grooving. Mwaha. What is up, Rebel? We are Midnight Rant, and we're not midnight. Well, it is past midnight. We're calling me skeptical, and does morality come from religion? Hope you are doing well, and what are your thoughts?
Yo, what's good? Shabbat shalom from the flat earth under the dome, amen?
Shabbat shalom.
Amen.
So, wait, two corrections. I do believe the world is round. It's just a flat disc, okay? Just like
Okay.
I'm so
You want to make that
sorry.
sure.
you see how
The
my
pizza
avatar
model.
is round. It's not a sphere though.
Okay, I'm sorry. Not a,
you
you
might-
don't believe the world's a sphere.
You might have to go back to 7th grade middle school geometry to know the difference between a circle and a sphere.
Yes, but
Anyway.
you would also have to go to middle school physics to know the world's a sphere.
No, I can go back to kindergarten for that, Amy.
To know the world's a sphere? I agree.
I mean,
Yeah.
it is one of the things they teach you early on. Yeah.
They do it, and James, you realize why they do that, right? Because they do it.
Incoming
Oh,
conspiracy.
They do it from an
Indoctrination
age.
factory.
Yeah.
They do it from an age where you're just so young,
That's
you can't
while
think
they're
for
young.
yourself. So they just brainwash you, and yes, ding, 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 indoctrinate you. So by the time you're an adult, it's hard to question what you've been learning all your life, less you go through some.
Just like
cognitive-
evolution, global warming, 7-Eleven was a
That's
part-time
right.
job.
Is that kind of like
Yeah.
Sunday
Amen.
school where they march you into these churches and they tell you about this God and all this shit while you're young and you don't know anything and
Uh-huh.
you just believe what the adults tell you,
Uh-huh.
and then oh yeah,
Who
he
told
really
me about
is
God?
real.
Who told me who told me about God that that's the only reason why I believe in it? Who
I
told
would
me that?
assume your parents.
Did I go to some Catholic school, James? Do you know where I went to school?
Where?
I'm guessing you didn't go to school at all. You
I went to a public school, and
well.
in the name was, well, I can tell you the name actually because it won't really give it away.
You don't have to dox
It was
yourself.
literally the name of the school was Arlington Science Focus. Okay, and so I did learn about the globe.
Just
I learned
please
about
never use that as as one of your password keys again. But continue forward.
Right.
I'm just kidding.
I learned about the heliocentric cosmology. I learned about evolution. I had no reason to believe any of those things were lies, because
Right.
I always believed in God no matter what. Like I just thought evolution and the Big Bang and the heliocentric cosmology was what quote science found out to be, or discovered, you can say.
Okay.
So
So
But
you
read the
were
Bible.
okay down with reality?
what was it?
If
What's
you
that?
remember, I think he said he said it was like the other way around. He found out the flat Earth, and that led him to the Bible.
No, I'm just saying. Originally, when I learned all these things in school, it didn't take away my belief in a God existing. I just thought simply, like, I never understood why people
Accepted science.
separated.
Right.
Also, I just have to do a really quick infomercial. Sending love. It has been a while. I know I think Bree had to go to bed, but I want to shout out her
I'm so
channel.
sorry, Bree.
So you should be heading out and going to
To the Hive.
The Hive, because she does amazing content, both non-believer and just science in general. But I'm sorry, Rebel.
Educational,
Right
yeah.
back over to you. Educational.
No, I was just saying, like, I never understood, like, why people would separate God and science. Like, it's a very common thing for, especially in the atheist or, naturalistic, whatever kind of worldview, that people would say, oh, I don't believe in God. I believe in science. When me, the whole time, like, it's even up to the whole Ken Ham versus Bill Nye debate that was, like, huge back in the day. I just
want to interrupt you one more time. I can't help myself. So, Mark, what you did miss is that Sea Science was on, but they don't want to talk through the voice. And I'm not straw manning. Rebel believes the Earth is a flat disc, because of Bible passages.
Good night,
So
Reid.
when we bring up that
No, not,
we are
not because of the Bible.
okay, because of science, okay. But he believes that it's a flat disc. He does not believe the Earth's a sphere. So see, science, if you are a Christian
It's
that believes
the
the
pizza
Earth's
model.
sphere, we're not strawmanning him.
Y'all like pizza.
He disagrees with you. But I'm sorry.
Pizza is amazing.
Yeah, so don't put in such a negative connotation.
Oh no! I
yeah.
mean, basically, what he's like. Oh, you're saying that he doesn't think the Earth's a sphere because you don't. That you're straw manning his arguments. It's like no. That is.
That's a nice Illuminati confirmed satanic pentagram you have back there, Amy.
Thank you. Do you want to? Can I also say? I like how you.
You should flip it.
Put all
You
of
should
those
flip it upside
together.
down for us. Oh, I was actually talking about the one with the Eye of Lucifer in the middle of it, but okay, you have two. That's
Eye of
great. Yeah,
Lucifer?
sure.
Oh, she also has a Ouija board there that
Do
she
you mean the
uses to communicate.
pillow? Because they all have. This one is my favorite. I mean, if you want to talk about
The
this
inner
one,
circle.
this is
That's how
specifically.
you know.
I am in the atheist inner circle. You have to throw a baby in a volcano once a year. It is the only way to continue
It
membership.
has to be a Christian
However,
baby.
yes. So, but I love it too. It's just it allows me into so many things that even Soros can't get me into. Yes.
Wait.
Hail Satan. However, I've always preferred satin because satin is 50% softer. What were you talking about?
Oh, I was just gonna say I am in the middle of cooking some steak right now, so if I have to go abruptly, I'm sorry about that.
No, you're good.
Just so you see, I'm not.
But that's what that sizzling sound is.
Oh, okay. See, okay, so you can hear it.
But now, I mean, that's not a terrible thing. Amy is religious. I am not religious. Though I will say, this is a wonderful inside joke coming from
Steak is as close to religious as
Canadian Catholic, because Canadian Catholic once came onto the atheist experience and he tried to gain credibility, which is what they. Oh my. I'm okay with this. I'm just kidding.
You guys want some?
Oh, yes, we do.
That
Steak.
sounds good, man.
Wait, okay. I was just gonna say, I never understood why people would separate God from science because in my belief, I just think science is simply the study of God's creation. Like I never separated the two. Like the only reason why the observable natural world, behaves in a way that we can logically understand through the scientific method of experimentation and just simple observation. It's because there was an intelligent mind that put it together in the first place. Otherwise, if it was just a result of a random, like a chaotic chance, then it's very, it would have been very possible that it wouldn't have made any sense at all, and we couldn't have figured anything out, and like not even, and that would also probably rule out the fact that we would have even a conscious, intelligent mind to exist in the first place to even
see. I highly disagree with that view of consciousness. That it almost seems like that our consciousness would almost be bound by it, and it almost is like a contingency argument. It could be that we are required to exist from God, or it could be that we need God to exist, or it could be that God needs us to exist, is what I'm trying to say.
We have evidence we exist. We don't have evidence God exists. So we'll let you know which one makes the more sense.
Oh, just a funny thing. I have always jokingly called them anti-gay chicken, or at least for the past. But I still go there because I can't help myself, and it's fried chicken. And so I just say that every time before I go there. Though they actually have cut down on donating to to anti-LGBT corporations very quietly. Haha, we're winning. Ah. Oh, also the reason why,
Hey, Iron.
because I would like to think that I'm sort of a connoisseur of chicken sandwiches. Everyone has their own chicken sandwich. You know, Royal Farms has a very good chicken sandwich. Popeyes, you know, I mean, people are killing themselves over Popeyes. But the secret to a Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich is the buttering of the bread, okay? If you're going to butter bread, I don't care what's on there, and then you put something fried, well, I mean, come on. What were we talking about? Because now I'm hungry.
Wait, so before we totally get sidetracked and get back to the topic of the stream, quick correction to that as well is the question is presented a little flawed. It's not. You shouldn't say does morality come from religion. You should specify objective morality as opposed to relative, and you should say does it come from God as opposed to religion. Okay, because I'm not really religious. I just believe
that is the common answer that we have gotten from theists tonight. Is it comes from God? Though I would say you are the first actual theist to disagree. Well, maybe you don't even. Can atheists and theists both be moral?
Can they be? I mean, yeah, it's possible, sure. But the question is, where does it come from, right?
That is really the linchpin. That's
what they say. So we can be moral, but we have to borrow from their worldview, so to say.
No, you're just there are some things that are inherently like, you know, inherently we can know is like right from wrong, because the Bible does say like even those that were not given the law, like the conscience of their hearts or like the laws of God were like written in their hearts or whatever, when referring to the Gentiles. So there is a case to that, like there is truth to that, right? But like things like maybe like killing or stealing, you know, stuff like that. But what's a little more nuanced and not so intuitive has to do with like sexual immorality, you know, like things like premarital sex or like fornication or masturbation. Like these things are not so intuitive.
Or
what do you mean? Or what?
I don't know. It's just you were just bringing up God and sex and what He cares about.
Sex, and she's feeling a little left out. She's feeling a little unappreciated.
I know. I normally get rocks thrown at me at this point.
So if morality didn't come from God, then it would be relative, and you would have to go off just people's different definitions and standards.
James and I have subtle differences on what we think morality is. I think you can have objective standards without a God. I actually think, in my opinion,
who says objectivity though? Like who's higher than, like no man or woman is higher than another. So
but it's not about a person. That's the point.
Who can you look up to?
It's about that, but it's not about looking up to someone. In fact, that's the entire wrong idea.
So
it's
what's
not
the standard
about
of
like
objective morality then?
What's that?
What's the standard of objective morality?
So, the standard for objective morality. Oh my. I will say, you did see my like instant response from that. I can't help it. I like guys that are shirtless. I don't listen. Doesn't matter that they believe the world is a disc. Oh my god. What are we talking about? Morality. A pizza. Also, randomly, speaking of shirtless men, I don't know if this is true. Someone was saying it was Titan's birthday. Is that true, Titan? Is it your birthday? I might have to do a Marilyn Monroe impression.
He was saying it in chat earlier.
Birthday, Mr. President. Okay. Anyway, what were you asking right before I got distracted by thinking about lots of other things? Rebel's like, I'm cooking a steak. Hold on.
Yeah, I literally was.
Sending love. Hey,
it's kind of hard to hear you from over there. Especially I got.
I will say, just steak is my favorite food. I feel bad because I have a little cognitive dissonance with the whole vegan thing. All these Christians want to flash their flesh on YouTube, like Gavin and others. Ooh, that should be like. Now listen, for all we know, he was wearing pants. Okay, for all we know. Amazing.
Jesse P. Leaderson.
As you find that convincing. Amazing.
Ladies,
He had a good conversation with T-Jump. Like, I actually enjoyed it. Like, I think T-Jump actually made him think. I have not seen often the gears on Jesse's head roll. That's why I think he left. Like, I think that's why he left early. It was not a long stream. Because I think he's like, this boy's making 2 cents. I don't know if I got... He started defending slavery, and as religious people do. And I think that T-Jump just started batting it down too hard.
Black people were better off under slavery. He went with that one.
Oh my, Iron Charioteer. Now we're asking the important questions. Damn, I went to get food and I missed that striptease. That's right, we were celebrating Titan's, I think he said 98th birthday, right? He said, he's like, the young 72s. I have no idea how old you are, Titan, but we're sending love out there to you. And we're hoping you're wearing your birthday suit as you tighten your anus. Oh my. But yes, we're going to try and take it back. We are eventually going to go. The next person on deck is Thomas, and then we're going to get Jesse Lee Peterson on here, apparently. But Rebel, is there anything you would like to either challenge us on morality before we maybe that'll bring up more questions for you? Because of all the people we've spoken so far, I think you will have the most differences.
Yeah. If there was not a higher being, like, in a superior position of authority compared to us, to be a moral lawgiver, then morality would be relative, and you would just have to go off your own understanding or just maybe the societal consensus on things. But then you have to ask which society, because there's cultures out there that are like cannibalists, and they, Yeah.
Bye, Anna.
Sure.
Anna has to leave.
Yo, lovely having on here. I know you are basically once again the opposite position of us, and yet we enjoy having you here. So send in your love, Anuk. Going to the grocery store. Instead of faith, what I'll wish you is many a good deal. Many 2-for-1s and 50% offs. But Rebel, I'll tell you what I think replaces a god, and it's not a higher power. Every time I tell this to theists, the first time they laugh, and you're going to continue to hold yourself in suspension because Pseudonym for $2 says, "Happy birthday to your anus." Keep it fruitful. That's right. We appreciate the love and support, Pseudonym. Because
quick fun fact, the celebration of the birthday is one of Satanism's most revered holidays.
Oh yes.
You get more. Yes. But do you really believe that? Can I ask, like, when you say something like that, were you sold on that idea? Did you come up with that idea? Like, you were thinking either like you're on the toilet, painting your room, eating, a sandwich one day, and you're just like, the birthday, Satan finally is getting to us. Or did someone tell you this and you're just like, fuck, that makes sense. I didn't think about it.
No, I'm actually referring to a quote from the Satanic Bible.
From the Satanic Bible.
Like, I thought you owned one.
Anti-Levi? Like with the Anti-Levi. Because that guy...
Yeah. You can buy it on Amazon. Check it for yourself.
Yeah, I think I have it. It's somewhere. in the Gilgamesh of whatever is going on there. But
no, I didn't just take it out of my ass while I was taking a shit. No.
Well, it's just I would also I'm actually
highly
well. First of all, sending love once again to pseudonym. I would highly be skeptical that Anton Levy would say that the birthday is the gift of Satan. First of all, Anton Levy did not believe in a literal Satan, so that would already make me exactly. He did not think that Satan actually existed, and so I'd be highly skeptical that he would say that he could have given us a day. And so I'm interested. I mean, two highly misquoted people, not to get political, but Anton Levy and Saul Alinsky. Like, both of these people just get absolutely ripped apart and quote mined. Some of them have actual decent quotes. I have Rules for Radicals behind me somewhere in that gaggle, and which is also good, and they quote mine. Not to get political, once again, it's good for conservatives, liberals, whoever you are.
Well,
by the great words,
letting their colors show.
And that's Soros approved, by the way. Soros allowed me to make that statement. Of course, though. Of course.
By the great words of the movie,
of course he would.
By the great words of the movie, The Unusual Suspects, the greatest trick the devil ever pulled off was convincing the world he does not exist.
I know, but I mean, it feels like a crappy.
Come on.
I know James is golf clapping because we hear that often. Like, that's the
okay, but he still doesn't exist. I mean, he still doesn't exist. I mean,
it just seems weird that
you can believe whatever you want.
Satan wouldn't want us to make him actually believe in him and not disbelieve in him. Like, it just seems weird that Satan wouldn't be recruiting.
I mean, come on, Rebel Nazarene. He recruited a third of the angels, right? These people who had absolute knowledge that God existed, and he was still able to recruit a third of them, knowing God's power, knowing what God would do to them, knowing they could never defeat God anyway. Well, you probably
and guess what? And guess what, James? People like Amy are accidentally, ignorantly worshiping him by having those satanic occult signs behind her of the pentagram and and the satanic Bible. So there you go.
Also, another reason why I have that, a theist that has come on here often, or at least he used to, Bubble, he told us, we asked him, because he doesn't really believe in science, we were like, what is one of the strongest tools that we could use? And he said a Ouija board. And I was like, well, we need to get some true science in here. So now we got true science.
Yeah, true science, right. How can anyone say they don't believe in science? Like, what is your definition of science?
Well, actually, that's funny.
You don't know this individual, this particular individual.
Can I tell you, Rebel? And I hate to do it because I'll give you an answer if you feel, because I wanted to ask you what your definition of science was. I have a go-to definition, but I just feel like if I answer, you'll change your answer.
No, I like one. I like one of the dictionary ones which says a systematically organized body of knowledge on a particular subject.
See, and I would.
You're going to disagree with the dictionary? Really? That's a dictionary definition.
Well, it is, first of all, is it one of those things where you have multiple definitions and you're just reading one and you're just like, don't ignore. But what science is a process. It is not actually just the body of knowledge. It's not just the books. It's not just because a book said a thing that we actually believe it. It is actually the process by which we form hypotheses, go out into the field, collect research and data, publish the results, and have people peer review them, specifically scientists. That is science.
Which leads to knowledge, no?
Sure, but it's all of that. It's part of that. But like, once again, I take this from Ricky Gervais. But you can burn every single book, every single science book right now, along with every single religious book, and chances are none of the religions would come back.
Every globe.
Exactly. Would come back the same. They would all be drastically different, chances are. And yet the science textbooks would fill up with the exact same facts because we discovered them.
The globes would be created again in the classrooms. They would look exactly like they do today.
It's too bad. I forget the exact timing, but too bad. Back in like the early 1900s or whenever, actually, the majority of public schools were actually being taught a flat Earth, and the teachers or
wait. What time?
I told you I forget the exact timing, but
I want to point out I don't normally give shout outs to Christians, but not only did Aristotle and all of the early Roman and pagans thousands of years ago know that the world is round, but even throughout the Dark Ages, the Christian medieval theologians, educators, scholars, all had knowledge that the world was round. And in academia, all throughout history, it was accepted that the world is round. It was only the majority lay view that the world was flat for a long time throughout the Dark Ages. But the academics knew the world was round.
Did you mention Christian scholars as part of that group?
Christian scholars. I had to actually include them, unfortunately.
That's weird because the Bible, the only way the Bible describes the earth and the nature of its cosmology is a level stationary plane fixed to a foundation and enclosed in a dome known as the firmament. You can't even remotely get close to a spinning globe in space going around.
And actually, you can take it in almost any direction. They are vague. To bring up the subject that you kind of brought up, isn't a sphere round?
Yeah, but so is a flat circle, like my avatar.
Well, there we go. So the Bible says it's round. It doesn't say it's a flat.
No, it actually uses the word circle, and a circle is a flat shape. Thank you very much.
So a sphere can't be a round or circle shape.
You could describe it as circular.
I'm sorry. That's the exact same argument.
No, you can't. And I'll tell you why. Because specifically the verse Isaiah 40:22 uses the word circle, and it's the Hebrew word hugh, okay, which means circle, circular, circuit.
We're not denying circle. We're denying flat.
Hold on. Let me finish my point. In the same book of the prophet Isaiah, okay, so it's the same guy writing it. He decides to use the word ball instead, just 20 chapters earlier in Isaiah 22, verse 18. So he knew the difference. God knew the difference. He would have used the word ball if when describing the earth in 40.
That's you injecting your own views. Saying it used the ball here. Okay, so it didn't say a ball here and a flat here.
It said a ball
and a round. A ball and a round. That's what you're saying. So it didn't say flat.
It used the word ball and it used the word circle.
And then it used circle. Once again.
Yeah, simple middle school geometry.
This is the same way. This is the same way he looks at like these papers, like these government papers with these very twisted ways of reading.
I'll let the atheists interpret my Bible. That makes perfect sense, doesn't it, James?
I mean,
well, we're not just talking about atheists. We're talking about Christian theologians who, throughout the centuries, have read the Bible and have had no problem with the globe. That's not us coming up with it. That's Christian scholars throughout the years. Now you're coming along and saying they don't know what they're talking about. I know how the Bible should be interpreted.
Yeah, me and many other Christian scholars. How about that?
You're a scholar? I mean, do you
wait, you and other Christian scholars think that the world is a flat disc?
We know it is, and God's
know it is. Can you tell me some of these? Do they publish papers?
I'm sure they have their own publications.
Yeah, they go to www.thisisdefinitelyscience.blogspot.com.
No, I wouldn't say that's one of them.
Cockandballshapedearth.com.
I mean, you want to give me a website for one of the
I feel bad. I
Christian ballers?
I could feel us, being condescending. I don't want to be condescending. Like I was this way with Witsit, and I want to win people over. I don't.
Oh, don't worry.
Be
Witsit destroyed you. Don't worry.
He did. He didn't answer any of my questions.
Like what?
Okay.
Witsit destroys you.
Let's go. Yeah, I was gonna say. Okay. Does water go over the edge?
What edge?
Is there an edge to the disc? You answered a question within a question already. Okay, yes, there is an edge.
Yes.
Okay, does water go over the edge?
No. Did you forget the part where I said we're enclosing a dome?
Oh, no, I'm getting to the dome because dome questions were half the things that I asked him. Okay, so water doesn't go over the edge because it's held by a dome.
Right?
Okay, what is the dome made out of?
The dome. The Bible describes the dome as a crystalline structure, and like a sea of glass. The Hebrew Chaldee lexicon, as a biblical reference, you can use when looking into the original word for firmament or dome. You can say is the word rakia, and when you look into that reference, it describes that as a pellucid. What is it? Pellucid crystal sapphire, something like that. Yeah.
So you are saying the dome is made out of crystals?
Like a very hard crystal glass type structure. Yes.
Like how hard?
Harder than anything you'd ever know.
Oh, I don't know about that.
I was gonna. There's so many. I know. Too easy. Almost too easy.
Yeah.
You can try to come up with something.
Well, okay.
How high up is the dome?
I don't know. The Bible says the extent of the heavens could not be measured.
Oh, so it's up there somewhere. We don't know.
Yeah, you can send a rocket up. You can send a rocket up into the air, and when it stops, you can measure where it stops. So this just leads to more questions. So, first of all, it's a crystalline structure that is natural or artificial. It's divinely made by God. So divinely made by God because it's supernatural. How about that? It's a supernatural crystal structure. It doesn't act like any other type of solid object that we know of here down. Well, I mean, the question, and once again, you say that what questions didn't we? You've already answered way more than Witsit ever. I mean, to me, it sounds like a bunch of, but at least you're answering my questions, which is they got.
Witsit probably
answer how far.
Sense not to answer.
Well, I mean it. I wanted to know integrity questions of the dome, but you're basically saying it's made of a magical material. So I guess I wanted to know how long it's going to last. But if it's a magical material, I mean, forever.
That's the thing. Once you start answering questions, then it leads to more questions, and then they start running out of good answers. They have to peel the magic, and Witsit knows that. That's why he tries to avoid that in a debate.
I mean, does this sound like science to you,
literally
Rebel?
No, it's literally observation. I mean, have you guys not seen that phenomenon of the whenever SpaceX would send up a rocket and there's like this huge like streak across the sky? That's, I mean, just look at the comments, okay? It's on official main news channel, okay? And like the comments with like the most thumbs up is towards like, the guy talking about like, oh, this must be what it looks like when a rocket ricochets off the firmament. I mean,
how about this?
This is all
find that video and we will watch it because I don't know how to say this. It's both I don't believe it and it's not true. Like I am open-minded, but Elon sends.
I don't believe it. If it is, you're probably taking it out of context.
Well, I'm sure there could be a streak in the sky, but I would love to see the fact that not missiles, rocket ships, spaceships are not making it into the ISS, into at least low Earth orbit and all this stuff. Why there is no pictures of this ice dome. I guess it's not an ice dome. I'm sorry. This crystal dome.
The magical
crystals.
Dome.
I know. We got a little
unicorn.
new agey. Incense dome. I shouldn't. Bad, Amy. Bad. Well,
Incest
getting a little Games of Thrones there, aren't we? But we have a few more minutes before I'm gonna bring Thomas on. He's been waiting extremely patiently. Is there any way that you would like to go? We have been calling me skeptical of morality coming from religion. I mean, we could say God. I would say, because James and I don't think it comes from either.
Oh, whoops, sorry, I muted
No,
myself.
you're good. Well, but I will say, James Wolfe says, for me, the notion that pre-CGI was achieved through models, have they not seen pre-CGI sci-fi mod? I'm going to show something. I'm going to load that up. I saw a thing recently of it's a deleted scene from a Marvel film, and I'll show you what unhighly rendered renders look like. But keep on talking for a second, Rebel, if you want, while I find that. I mean, I'll make a claim to trust me, I'll make him talk. I mean, Rebel, we have 24/7 live feed of the ISS, and it doesn't seem to be CGI.
Yeah, it's a nice green screen in a Hollywood studio set.
Oh
my God. I mean, I'm throwing cord out, and I feel bad, but I love you.
No, he does it to himself. He knows what he's doing, but he can't help himself.
It's just like, if you look, I mean, if you spend the time, it's just like how Elon with that whole fake Tesla orbit launch, sometime during that live stream, the green screen glitched and cut out, and then you can obviously see that it was just a car sitting in a studio set somewhere. I mean, that's
every time I have ever asked for evidence of CGI, it's always been you see this speck of dust over here, I'm pretty sure that means the moon landing didn't happen. Yeah. I mean, and can I also say that what we get in return, Rebel, is cartoons. I know this is the favorite word of flat earthers. I have never seen a photograph of a dome, of the actual.
It's translucent. It's see-through. You can't. That's
killing me, Rebel.
What do you mean?
That's killing me.
What do you mean a picture of it? I mean, do you want to go? Why don't you go to Antarctica, get up on that ice shelf and start walking, or get on one of those snowmobiles or whatever. Start going, start driving, and then you'll hit the dome. How about that? But too bad the Antarctica Treaty.
They didn't hit a dome. Oh, the Antarctica Treaty. That's their shtick. You can go.
What do you mean their shtick? That's a real thing, is it not? What are you talking about?
No, it's not a real thing. It's what
not.
I would
You can't look it up.
It's what I would call a narrative. Yes, the Antarctica Treaty is the fact that when the superpowers or all the major countries got together and said, we're not going to take control of the land. We're not going to build on it. Can you go? You can take a cruise to Antarctica. No, it literally said, it sounds like the
major powers
opposite.
got together. It doesn't sound like a conspiracy. No, it doesn't.
No, can I tell you why? Antarctica ain't the hottest place to be. All the major powers came together and they were like, wow, the shittiest place ever that we have a hard time settling. Can I tell you what I think is going to happen? Global warming is going to keep on happening, and eventually there's going to be fantastic beachfront property in Antarctica, but that's going to be 100 or so. We're going to be gone. Hopefully not. Well, that's funny. You're about to show something. I'm about to show something too. Okay, we'll do yours first, because we're gonna go the deep dive, and then after we show these. So we're going to show that. We're going to show mine, and then we're going to give Rebel his final say on the topic before we get Thomas in. Okie dokie 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 dokie. Make sure you have... okay.
Are you... Okay, sorry. I'm not...
Yeah.
Usually I'm on a double monitor when I'm sharing, but...
You're good. I'm on a double monitor, too. It helps. Oh, you said you're not on one. I feel your pain.
Yeah, so here, this is this is from some local news channel. Okay, you can see down here, and it has 3 million views. Okay, so it's not like some random flat Earth biased, video. Okay, so this is what I'm talking about. What I'm claiming here is that whatever phenomenon we're about to see here in a couple seconds is like
the dome
is a result of not only the dome, but how the Bible says that there's waters above the dome, and that's the reason why we're seeing like some sort of like water rippling effect here. Okay, so I'll mute my. Well, let me know if you guys can hear it, or you don't really need to.
It really doesn't need sound. You just play the thing. I'm gonna mute my sound for my video too.
What's that right there? Just see the trail behind.
Rocket.
Right, you can see it.
Looks like gases.
Looks as though it almost looks as though a cloud of smoke with its own mind is just shooting through the sky. This is absolutely
I'm waiting for it. It'll happen eventually, I'm sure.
Well, it's already been happening. I don't know why you can't see it, because it started. That's how it started here.
And now you see it.
Okay, and then it got.
You showed us a rocket and a rocket blowing engine fuel and smoke out of it. I saw nothing with a firmament. I see nothing with a dome. I see nothing supernatural.
It's not smoke.
That is your claim. I would like to know why you don't think it's smoke.
Okay, because this is how it starts off. Okay, you can see the
different color smoke.
That's the thrusters. Okay, the of the engine. It's coming off as a bright orange, just like any other thruster would. Okay, but look, it dissipates at a certain point. Okay. And then it turns into a completely different color. And this is what I want you to notice. Okay, hold on. Look, now it's a blue. But look at the second stage rocket thing right there.
Can I tell you? Are you basically
look
saying that because that's really pretty, that's supernatural?
Amy, do you see what I'm pointing to with my?
Yeah,
with my
I see little colors, little bursts of colors.
It's like some sort of ricocheting effect. Okay, don't tell me that's
as
smoke.
Jason Jacoby says, it must be magic fire.
That is clearly the waters above the firmament being disturbed. That's exactly what it is. And to say anything else, you're in complete denial. Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay.
So just.
I just have to really put out there to say that water is above the earth and that is evidence of water above the earth is very silly. I just have to put that out.
It's above the firmament, yeah.
Yes, and I have to say that's very silly. I heart you. I know you don't think that's silly.
Yeah, just like these people think it's so silly. This guy says that is what is known as the firmament your rock scraped off of.
Hold on. Wait, no, go back up there. Go back up there. Hold on, go back up there. From short grass on the green, if you know what them mean, bear.
Yep.
Oh,
That's
wow.
It.
Oh, thank you.
From Just Blaze 23, it's skimmed across the firmament.
It's. I don't feel like the longer you read this, the better it's not going to get for you.
The sky's the limit, right? Amazing watching a rocket hitting the firmament above. Okay.
Wait. Go back up. Who was that? I like looking.
Common Ground
Electric. I would love to see their chat.
Oh, you can go check it out yourself. This is also from an official. Oh, look at this. This is actually from ABC News.
You are reading the comment section on an official. ABC News is not saying it's a firmament. The people in a comment section.
That's exactly. Yeah, that's.
Yes.
That's the only thing I've ever said. Yeah.
Yes, and we're pointing. I'm sorry. A comment section is not evidence, and we disagree. No one is sold on that is water. I appreciate it. Appreciate it. I shouldn't be this. Once again, I can feel it. This is what I was with Witsit. I could feel the condescension, and yet I don't know how to.
You're right. You got it.
I love you, Rebel.
You can't explain that phenomenon any way else. I'm sorry. What is that ricocheting effect where like it looked like ripples of water ricocheting off the sky? How do you explain that? It's not smoke.
It could
It's
have
not.
been different things burning. It could
Different
have
things.
been.
Dude,
Yeah.
really burning? Is that how a burning thing acts? Really, like in perfect
Yes.
circular shapes?
Did you just see the rocket?
Yeah, it was a bright orange before.
And
that
then
started
it turned
happening.
blue. Is that really? I mean, okay. I just want to point out here. I want to show what unrendered CGI just looks like when you just build the models. Because to finish the CGI, you don't actually need any more detail. You don't need any more texture detail that you're gonna see here. You just need You just need higher end lights. It just happens in the program. You just add more lights, and then you just add time. You just add render time and crunch time. You add there's a specific thing, how much it's crunching, and so we're just gonna see this. This is a deleted scene from Marvel's Thor: Love and Thunder. We're not actually going to view the audio. We're not even going to really listen to the scene. It's about a father figure. It's a more serious scene. Thor and Zeus are talking and sharing wisdom, and then he gives him a weapon, and he then leaves after giving him this lightning bolt. And here is Natalie Portman once again. I feel like they did her so well. It's great to give, oh my God, they're giving everyone a superpower, and you're giving all these girls superpower. But spoiler alert, she actually has cancer in this movie, and that's part of the reason why she has these powers is, when she does that, she's not wielding this, she's actually brutally weak. And that dichotomy is great. That's the kind of storytelling I expect from Marvel. Nonetheless, let's look at what unfinished CGI looks like, because you don't notice this until the very end of the scene. They ride away together after getting some wisdom from Zeus. He gets a new weapon, and then they get on their very high CGI rams that you can see right here, and you can see what are finished 3D models in the background. I would, they even look textured. I'd be highly surprised if they even really did much adjustments to the textures. All they would really need to do is this needs more crunch time. This needs more rendering time. Doesn't look like a realistic sky right now. And clearly it looks like they're in front of a green screen. You can tell. But that's also how CGI ages. And so it tends to be very easy, and you can and that was even recently. This is modern. I think this is the 2022 movie, but that was unfinished renders. But yes, just wanted to. We'll clear. We both showed videos there. Amazing. Just something loved it. All right, Rebel. We could probably keep on doing this for a while. It's great to have you as our new rival. As much as we would love to have you on Team Atheist, it's been great to talk with you. We have been calling us skeptical. And does morality come from religion? And what are your final thoughts?
Some data.
Morality does not come from religion. There are many religions in the world. Some say it's okay to have orgies with multiple partners or be a pedophile and things like that. So objective morality
Mr.
comes
Batman,
from.
Are you here? No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah. I just want to say objective morality comes from the supreme moral law giver, who is the one and only true living God, the Holy One of Israel. No, not the UN established 1948 Zionist state of Israel, but rather Israel the new name that God gave Jacob in Genesis. Okay. So, and if that wasn't true, then we would all just be, essentially and technically stardust, like someone murdering someone else would essentially just be stardust colliding into stardust. And so it doesn't really matter. The only reason why murdering somebody, like you feel some sort of guilt and shame behind it, is because God has given humans who were made in the image of God inherent value over, say, like a cockroach. That's the reason why you can just easily step on an ant or kill a wasp with your bug spray, because it doesn't have value like a human does. Okay, so yeah, there you go.
Thank you so very much, Rebel. Although we disagree, we are happy to have you on to have the conversation.
All right, thanks, guys. I'll see you later.
Woohoo!
Thanks, Rebel.
And all right, I'm just going to be right back 1 more second again, and then we're going to just put Thomas on and bring him in, and then get Jesse Lee Peterson in. But we are midnight. We keep on wanting to say it. Exactly. In fact, I think that is going to be the end, because we have been going for a decent amount.
I have to work in the morning.
Yeah, and I have to get up at 9. I have to get up to 9 to be on Randolph's stream.
Oh yeah. Usually that's a good thing going on Saturday night, but we decided to pump out a little bit of content.
But I'll be right back 1 more second, and then we'll get our last 2 callers in. We are talking, does morality come from religion? And my God, James, we saw the dome. It's crystals.
We saw the dome, yeah. Magical crystals. Yeah, well, so, yeah, it's kind of off topic, but we always do invite flat earthers on to come and give us a little bit of insight into what they think, what makes them tick, and it is always fascinating. But I think we are going to try to get a little bit back closer to the topic of the stream. Morality, does it come from religion or a god? So you use the term religion, but I think it's synonymous with God, because there are a lot of theists out there who don't like to claim representation to a religion for whatever reason, which is fine. And we can take on that from a god, from religion. Either way, it really isn't very scary. Yeah. So hope everybody's doing fun out there. Yeah, we just did a show a few days ago. We had Mark Reid debate Mr. Batman. That was a really fun show. If you guys haven't watched that debate, go check that out. It was a lot of fun. Mr. Batman, we all know him, we love him. Kind of probably rivals Darth in terms of just sheer offensiveness, sheer hostility. Yeah, they definitely have that going on between the two of them. And, well, good night, James Wolfe. Thanks for sticking around with us for this long. And we love you guys. And come back in the next few days. Well, I'm sure we'll be back. Morning Wood with Doorknob Head. Well, yeah, Doorknob Head's always ready and willing to provide that. Do we love James Wolfe? I think we do, Mark. I think Mark loves James Wolfe. We all love James Wolfe. Come on, we all love James Wolfe. I love James Wolfe. Gizmo loves James Wolfe. I'm sure Amy does. And Rebel Nazarene, yeah, he is quite an addition to our audience from Amy's Flat Earth debate that she did. I don't think from her recent one, but the one she did before that is when he started coming on. That is amazing addition to the channel.
And okay, let's get Thomas on. Also saying hi to Gizmo Rider and Moonlight Penelope. They all say hi. And Cooper, who's sleeping out there.
The rain stopped, so it was thundering and lightning. So that's.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yeah. The animals. Oh,
Indeed.
Mr. Batman. Do we love Mr. Batman? No, I don't think we love Mr. Batman. I think I think he is like the only one that could rival Darth in terms of just how belligerent and hostile he can be. I mean,
I just
the
want
two of them
him
go neck
to
and neck.
not hate himself. Mr. Batman is another one of those people that calls himself ex-gay. And so the reason that he might bring up sexuality so much might be that his closet
His own.
is a little bit stuffed. And so, but who
I
oh,
certainly
what's going
haven't
on?
seen evidence that would lead me to believe that somebody could change their orientation. That if you are gay, if that's who you are attracted to, you can repress that. You could just decide, I'm not going to do that anymore because you think a deity is going to be mad at you and he might send you to hell if you be who you are. But I haven't seen any evidence that you can actually change it, change the way that your brain works, despite all these conversion therapies and ridiculous things that theists are peddling as a way to make money. A lot of them are, or well, even if they're not making money off of it, they are destroying people's lives doing the work for the Lord, which, yeah. Oh, hi, Moonlight. I don't know if you guys are familiar with, speaking of that, I didn't know until maybe a few months ago when I forget how I originally found out, but Milo Yiannopoulos is apparently straight now, or at least claims to be straight now, that he was only
Much
ever
nice,
gay
Jesse.
because of issues with his mother, which is, if you go to these conversion therapy places, they're going to tell you, oh, it's your relationship with your mother. And what shapes people's sexuality is so complicated, and we are probably just at the peak of understanding it, but it's not as simple as, oh, you had a bad relationship with your mother, therefore you became gay. It's not anything like that.
Therefore, I hated vagina. Ever since.
And you have to take it, but he did that because he's getting back to his traditional Catholicism, which still says it's wrong to be gay. I mean, the guy had a husband. The guy had a husband that he was married to for a number of years, and for him to just, oh, I don't know. Sorry, honey, I'm worried about God sending me to hell if I keep our relationship going. So I guess I'm not going to be with you anymore. Or, well, I'm going to run to the go sleep in the guest bedroom. So,
but
let's
get Thomas Bear on, because he has been waiting extremely patiently. We are sending love. We are calling me skeptical. We have 2 more fantastic guests to go, and we are calling me skeptical on, does morality come from religion? Even the theists are not saying yes. And so it's all been God, though most of the theists have actually still said we can still be good. All right, we are calling me skeptical. We are bringing in Thomas.
Wait back there a while, Thomas. We appreciate your patience.
Yeah, we appreciate you so much for waiting. And we are calling me skeptical. And does morality come from religion?
It's been, I don't know if entertaining is the word, but something like that. I've heard some things that were both
something like that.
Stupidest things I've heard in a while. But I'm doing all right. Yeah, well, I like the term Nullifidian. I fell in love with that term when I first came across it a while back. Which is a person with no faith or religion. So a fancy name for atheist. I just like how it rings, the ring, you know, it rolls off the tongue. Anyway, as far as morals go, I'm of the mind that morals evolved as society has evolved. Things like instinctual and emotional traits such as empathy, guilt and conscience, shame, disgust, outrage at unequal treatment. All these emotions and their correlated behavioral traits have been demonstrated in other animals, particularly primates. For example, I don't know if you've seen it, but there's a video out there on YouTube where they've got monkeys in cages. And first, they're feeding both monkeys separate cages grapes. Well, then they switch up and they give one of the monkeys grapes, but the other monkey they give a cucumber. And the cucumber monkey doesn't like it. He's not happy at all. He actually throws the cucumber at them, raises a whole little fit. So that's a perfect example of how even these chimpanzees and monkeys, have these innate, emotions and traits. And I believe as societies, as communities evolved, and grew larger, became, actual societies and such. And that's how, along with that, we developed, our morals that are tied in with, cultural and unfortunately religious, terms as well. But so there's a good article I think I posted
together.
Yeah, it's all wrapped up together. I posted a great article link in the private chat from a Psychology Today article from November 25th, 2020. Where does morality come from? On the natural origins of the human moral sense, and it goes in pretty in depth. And it's a real great article. It's one of the ones I learned from.
And I think it's so important because when we look at science and we look at like evolution, it does a great job explaining how the physical characteristics of animals evolve. But the theists, like they've always tried to tend to the non-tangible things like consciousness or morality, because they feel like they've got an edge there, but they really don't, because once we take a look at things like morality and consciousness from an evolutionary science-minded standpoint, we tend to find out that hey, it fits with that too. Right.
And speaking of the traits, how physical traits develop, there's a great book that I've started reading. I'm only a few chapters into it, called Evolution for Everyone. It's a book by David Sloan Wilson, and he breaks it down greatly, to where the average person, can get a grasp and understanding of just how intricate, evolution and connected everything is involving evolution. One of the examples I remember from it is back in the, I think, 60s and 70s, Russia was breeding silver foxes for their fur. And they had experiments going where they were trying to breed tamer foxes, because, the tamer the fox, the easier it is to lead it off to slaughter. So what they
less aggressive foxes,
what they discovered was that as each generation of pups, got tamer and tamer, their ears got floppier and their tails got curlier. And that's the first time reading that was like bright as light bulb, boom, in my head, like holy shit! I never realized. I've thought I had a grasp of evolution before, but this is really blowing my mind to another level. I never realized how connected our physiological and our psychological traits are, and are connected, and they're also connected to our environment too.
Right. Yeah. I think that the principles and like the overarching idea behind evolution is pretty simple and you can grasp that, but the mechanics of how it works can be a little bit, it can be a lot more complicated, but it's nice when people who do have that background can take some of these more complicated concepts and ideas and put them so that us, the regular people, those who don't have PhDs and can digest and understand.
It does an excellent job at that with this book. It's a great book. I recommend it to anyone.
And that the reason that's so important is because we have the people on the other side who don't want to understand evolution. They don't want other people to understand it. They take a lot of these more complicated, more technical aspects of it, and they try to make it sound a lot harder than it. They take what's hard and try to make it really harder.
Muddy the water.
Yeah,
to make it
that and the
muddy
whole
the water, exactly.
And for God. Ridiculous.
Also, I just want to say I did send out into the YouTube, Twitch, and Facebook sphere the link that Thomas was sharing from Psychology Today on where does morality come from.
Oh yeah.
Well, it's nice to have you on. Have you been in our chat before? I think your name sounds a little familiar. The OTC Atheist.
I've popped in once before and made a comment about your logo. I love the logo. It's nice and it's simple yet impactful. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Thank you so very much.
I'm a novice graphic designer myself. We've got a couple of shops on Spreadshirt.
Well, there you go.
One of which is all atheist designs. You know, I'll send my flow page link to you in private chat, and that leads to all my other social media links, my shop links, and also to a video for Atheist Day ATX 2019, which was a rally at the state capitol that I organized and was presented by the atheist community of Austin. It can be found there.
Really? Oh, you in Texas?
Hells yeah.
Yeah, I'm in Austin.
I want to go to Austin.
Great.
And
that's on our bucket list.
I was gonna say we are eventually gonna go visit the ACA. I want to do
you should definitely come. It's great to meet you.
Skeptic and ranting tours.
All right, it would be great to meet you.
Stop by Dinosaur Adventureland.
It would be lovely to meet you.
When I joined the ACA in 2018, September 2018, it was like finding family I never had.
Exactly. This is our community. I have never felt more at home than within the debate, or more specifically, the non-believer, skeptic, whatever, atheist community.
Right. Both online and in person. So I wish there were more in-person communities, but I understand there's a lot of when in establishing.
I would love to promote that too, because I honestly, and we get criticized sometimes because we get called the evangelical atheist, and yet I feel like you kind of like not every atheist has to be, but I do think that has to be a position. Like that niche has to be fulfilled because they are doing it in the opposite direction. And if they have no pushback, then they would take over again.
They are out there preaching day and night, night and day, every day, pushing what they believe. And then, for us to even come close to what they do, and they get all bent out of shape.
It's like,
I know, right?
I used to hear, early on ACA shows, but I'm sure they still do this, where, the callers would be like, why do you need an atheist TV show? And, they'd be like, ma'am, or sir, but it was almost, in this case, lots of ma'ams being like, well, we actually only have one. And so the Christian channels, even the Dawas, they have channel after channel after channel. You could turn on your radio, probably even your FM or even your AM radio, and find
I'm still around.
Christian music, Christian talk,
Christian music, Christian
how many? They have TBN, they have EWTN. There are multiple Christian TV networks, and
also Thomas, this link is good for public, right?
Yeah, you can post that in public.
Gotcha.
All my social profiles, my shop links, and other.
And we have, he's a nice guy. He comes on quite a bit, but he always comes on with the same mantra. That's Eloy. He always comes on like, I like Eloy. He's a good guy, but it's like, why are you guys doing what you're doing? Some people have their beliefs, and they're just going to have their beliefs. And
Eloy seems like the kind of. Eloy seems like the kind of, he's a fundy who seems kind of open-minded to metaphorical Christians and doesn't understand why atheists do what they do.
Yeah.
That would be.
Yeah, we do what we do.
It sounded like you were someone in your mind.
Yeah, we do what we do because of what they do. Yeah.
Thomas, are you a lifelong atheist? Were you formerly a theist?
I grew up in Methodist church. Actually, I went to church camp all the way through my senior year. Then after high school, I was in and out of church, mostly out, unless I was going to church with some girl I was dating at the time, or a particularly hard time, where one of those times where, well, maybe God's answering, I'll give it a try again, that kind of thing. But I had questions early on as a child, but they got dismissed with BS non-answers, such as, who are we to question the Lord? God works in mysterious ways.
Right.
Or even worse, whoever we question the pastor and he's a man of God. Now go run and play. And as a child, playtime was far more important, so it distracted me for the time being. But I've even then a few of the times
It's
when
a nice way of saying we don't want to answer your questions. Now go fuck off.
But
Right.
when you're younger, you think, oh, they're smarter than me, they know more than me,
Right.
they
Right.
don't lie to me. So even though I might not get it, maybe when I'm older I'll understand it. Maybe there's good reason sometimes. I think part of that evolution is you realize that's actually not the case.
Right.
There aren't these secret good answers out there. They're just not there.
Right.
That's what I found anyway.
During my church days after high school, there was a few times where I even helped out with the youth group and helped with lessons and such. But then, like I said, these questions from my childhood came back along with new questions, and they all still got the same BS answers as when I was a kid. So I got tired of that. I was like, okay, I'm going to start doing my own research. And there's one book actually just I used to own it years ago, and I just got it again by Pascal Boyer called Religion Explained, and it goes a lot into anthropology and how the evolution of religious thought and how religions came to be. This is one of the books I read, and I started just researching religions and how they came to be and how most of them were built upon religions that came before them. And how, especially, and, new religions would adopt, practices of the religions that people that they were converting, in order to make it more palatable for them, to join their new religion and all. Christianity is famous for that. But over time, I guess it was in my early 20s, somewhere around, I'd say maybe 22 or 23, when I finally came out. And I didn't even know the term atheist at the time. I just knew I no longer believed.
The A word.
I was a closet atheist for years until late 2016 or mid 2016 when I first joined social media and discovered atheist groups on Facebook, and oh wow, there's other people like me, and so on. Now I've got 3 pages, two of which are one of which Holy Jalapeno is all my memes, religious memes. And then off the chain,
Amy is prolific.
I was gonna say, feel free to
memes.
not only join the Discord but post as many memes as you want.
Okay.
I see Titan coming in there. Titan, if you're still listening, just know that I absolutely lull at the memes that you post, and I'm sending
he does post some funny
love
memes.
to everyone in there. But we actually have a question for you.
Okay. Well, I've also got a Facebook group now with just over 4,000 members.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, let me tell you.
And you don't allow profanity or on it?
Oh, you can cuss all you want. Just don't.
Okay. All right. Just making.
James is joking because
cool.
Nathan Thompson,
the Flat Earther,
he constantly complains because although he will ban basically every round sphere earther that disagrees with him, he complains that he keeps on getting kicked off from internet service providers, like they don't want to hold they don't want to host him. Don't want to host him, and so he's always like, they're trying to get me down.
Oh fuck!
But he said he had the largest flat Earth Facebook ever in the world.
And yes, exactly. I forgot my main point. But he also, not only that, his main justification, his main complaint when they're taking him down is like, and we don't even curse. It's like, yeah, that's the problem, Nathan.
He didn't allow
you don't curse.
He would delete any profanity on his group. Yeah.
Holy motherfucking Cthulhu.
Was there a question?
Indeed. Yes, but there was a question. And funny enough, we can say, and yet the YouTubes will be pretty much, in
moderation.
First of all, the reason I actually bleep myself because I think it's funnier to be bleeped, and so I just normally bleep myself. But you can actually, I have found, we have been very, very naughty And yet, as long as we're spreading information and not misinformation, YouTube loves us. Soros has been just very kind. But yes, Iron Charioteer sending love wants to know, how are Thomas's family and neighbors towards him now that he is a non-believer?
Well, there's no family. I was adopted as a little kid, but the majority of my adopted family never treated me as such. So no family connections. My adoptive mom died back in '96. She was single, never married, so I never had a father figure. And so family's not an issue. Neighbors, I don't. The doctor says the social anxiety. I say it's more of no, what's he call it? I can't remember the word he used. But I call it, social selectiveness, or I try to be at least. But I don't deal with neighbors much. I do some, probably too much, but I'm not really a people person for the most part, unless I'm around people that, for like-minded, for one example, I don't get along with the Trumpsters and.
I got two groups. Of people, and that is comedians and skeptics. And I get the first bit from Jeff Ross. I thought it was David. It was hard to tell if it was David Tell or Jeff Ross because they were touring together. But now I've seen it again. I think it is Jeff Ross who just says he can go to any country in the world, and whenever he meets a comedian, they just instantly start vibing, and it's just like cool. Family. And so I feel the same way about basically non-believers and skeptics.
Right.
Same. It's community.
Speaking of comedians, are you familiar with Ian Harris? Have you heard of him?
Ian Harris. That sounds extremely familiar.
Also known as the skeptical.
The guy I used to work with that name, but he was no.
Let me pull up his links for you too. Ian is a comedian, stand-up comedian with over 25 years under his belt.
Ooh, really?
And he incorporates logic and rational thinking into his comedy in effort to try to get people to think, about their beliefs. He's had two specials, one of which is on Amazon, called Extraordinary, and then his other one was called what was it? Hold on, let me pull it up.
You're good. While you look that up, I'm going to shout out that Jesse Lee Peterson, I'm fairly sure, definitely
it's
for realsies, is going to be our last call. I see bringing the spice out to Ralph out there. Welcome up, Ralph.
Is Ralph out there?
Yes, I will. I can't tell. I feel like that's high fructose corn syrup for James and myself to take nibbles. So we may, but we are wrapping up. So either it's going to be a random theist of any sort that joins us, or Jesse Lee Peterson. I kind of feel attacked because I've got his ID. Well, let me tell you, Beamsy, and I know Beamsy's just joking, but you are both a comedian and a skeptic. Come on. You're both of my in-groups. So don't even pretend like you're not. In fact, I know you're joking. So there you go.
Critical and Thinking was the second show of Ian Harris's, and that's the one that's geared more towards the, the atheistic, jokes and theists, trying to get theists to think about their beliefs, using his comedy. He also developed his own martial arts style and has his own dojo called Fight Science. Yeah, called Fight Science.
I am about to because I took a break because I moved. I'm about to do. I only bought 2 months. I don't even know if I'm gonna start a whole subscription, but I'm basically gonna take just another 2 months of jujitsu because I love it. And but yes,
I've taken jiu-jitsu before and a few others. I've studied a few different martial arts. My favorite, though, of all is what's it called? Total Ross now. My brain just died. Hold on.
No, you're good. While you say that, I think I've worn it 1 billion times. I'm not a pagan, but I have a shirt that says Basic Witch, and I just love wearing that shirt.
Yeah. Okay, if it fits, wear it.
Nice. Well, and I'll tell you, I love one of the reasons I love jujitsu is because you can actually use science a little bit. I mean, you can, you know, there's the great areas to aim for people, you know, are just the same places you would think in physics. You want to strangle someone, or hold on. It sounds like someone's on the tip of your tongue. I could rattle this off whenever. What were you going to say?
Muay Thai. I can't believe I forgot it. Muay Thai.
Muay Thai? Okay.
Yeah. I had a friend of mine
That's
that
kind of Pacific Islander style.
He studied it for 6 years, and then he altered it, kind of like how Bruce Lee did, taking bits and pieces from different styles and blending them together.
Sure.
Steven Seagal.
He did the same thing with Muay Thai and making it even more brutal and compact than it already was.
Well, I think you have to have supplemental things. You know, jiu-jitsu doesn't teach you how to do a strike.
Yes,
It doesn't teach you how to punch or kick or any of that stuff.
Right.
And so you have to, if you want to, see now, I like it because I don't really want to punch or crack. Now, I'll give the really quick, in case anyone, you just want to know where to attack someone from a jiu-jitsu perspective, you're going to go from here, okay? You're going to go from here. Now, you also got some good leverage, take from here, because you can make that go here, and that's the same over here. And then I'm going to give a free shout out to just what is her name? Stupid Whore Energy. I'm gonna show my feet. You just wanna go aim for these. Yep. Your good old ankles there. So there, here. You got 5 choices quickly.
And
right
I
there.
love the way with jiu-jitsu where you take their momentum and their strengths and use it against them, and you bring them one way and then spin them back around and down the
judo.
other way. And next thing you're like,
What's the great thing about it is you can make big, strong guys.
Yeah.
A lot of women were in the dojo. You know, you have people who are smaller guys, people who you wouldn't think because
I'm only 5'5".
leverage.
I'm only 5'5".
Well,
there's been a few times where I got underestimated by a bigger guy, and
absolutely, because you end up the bigger their arm, the more or stronger they're just using it to rip their own arm off.
Yep.
Well, yeah. Base, but
figuratively,
we are going to get figuratively. You would have to be really, really hard to actually rip it off. It'd be more like you're really just trying to dislocate the shoulder.
There is a technique. I don't know it, but my friend that taught me Muay Thai did. Where for the guys that have the big muscles, all built, if you strike their muscle a certain way with a certain force, you can actually twist and tear their muscle, rendering it, unusable. But whether it's especially in their pectoral muscles. Yeah, I thought that was pretty cool.
Also, don't mind me miming. I can't help myself. But Thomas, we have had a lovely time talking with you. We're going to bring in, I think, our last one, but we do want to ask you. We have been calling me skeptical, and we want to know: does morality come from religion?
No, I believe it does not. Religion, morality predates religion.
That's right. Absolutely. All right. Thank you so very much, Thomas. It was lovely having you on. Keep coming on.
I'll drop in some other time, and I'll check out your other shows too.
Woo, exactly. Join our open mics, which multiple people can come on. But we get excited because many times the open mics, when you get a lot of skeptics on, it's almost like James and I have to become mods. And so the lovely thing is this is our chance to really get that one-on-one tango with
dive deep.
Right. Dive deep. Right. Go Derper.
Yep.
But thank you so very much, Thomas.
Yeah, thank you. You all have a great night.
Thomas.
Mwah.
Nice to get
all right, yes. We're about to get Jesse Lee on. I will send love out there. I'll give one last call because I know he's saying he got up early. And I just I'll keep on saying it because I think other channels, they have a false sense. People have lives, so I get you. most people when they're waking up are wearing sweatpants and trying to eat a bowl of cereal, and you're like, I'm not ready to go live. But if you do, Ralph, there's always a seat for people who disagree with us. We cannot help ourselves.
Yeah.
So that'll be, you would be our last,
Definitely.
Yes, because we are going late. It's even late for both of us. We both have to wake up early, but we can't help ourselves. Ralph's like, ooh, I know, I'm throwing out corn. And do I have to use a worm? Might upset the vegans. Sending love. Love to see Thomas in one of the open rooms. Exactly. We have
absolutely.
3 open mic shows on the channel, which is our Call Me. We've many shows, and I start one with not any of them.
Midnight
we have
Ranting,
Skeptic and Ranting, Midnight Ranting,
and the Bible,
and our Bible studies. Exactly. So feel free to join those. Woohoo! Got fans out there, Thomas.
Yeah.
But yes,
always great
I'm
to
just-
meet new people.
I'm gonna go out.
members of
Not
the
like I'm
non-believer
sending this
community
to
here.
anyone specifically, but we'll just one last time, just send that bait into what bait? I'm not talking about that. It's a trap? What? No, that's me. I'm a trap. Anyway, speaking of completely heterosexual people, Ted Haggard is completely heterosexual. That's right. I can wear chaps on YouTube, but they will have to be assless. So, let's get Jesse in. He is going to be definitely our last one, unless we can get a specific one theist in here. I almost said 1 or 2. We are calling me skeptical. Let's get him in. He is a very heterosexual man. James, I don't know if you know this, but did you know that women can give oral? I don't know if you know that.
They should.
I know.
All the dicks should be in Jesse Lee Peterson's mouth.
Exactly. Why would a woman even have a D? Why would she chuck a D? It sounds kind of gay, honestly.
Yeah. So when Jesse does it, it's straight. When he sucks it, when a woman sucks, then there you go. It's
We've
gay.
been told that straight porn is gay. Not ironically.
Yeah.
So I don't even know. And they look at me and they say I'm confused, James. Oh my God. Anyway.
Absolutely.
Amazing. Let's bring him in. We are calling me skeptical. We are going to talk. It says Jesse P. So that's how much this is definitely him. We are going, and it's going to be amazing. What's up, Jesse?
Welcome to the show. Welcome. You're live on Jesse P. What's on your mind today?
Well,
I sure think, Jesse.
I just wanted to tell you, Jesse, I don't know if you guys, I just noticed. I also once again, if you would like to call Jesse, he is also live at 555-69 Beta.
Beta. It's amazing show. I'm amazing. Yeah, well, I am alpha. I'm alpha gay. Actually, it says beta gay on my card, but I recently got promoted.
Oh, I'm so proud of you.
I had an oral exam and I passed.
We knew you would.
I mean, as long as you swallow everything, you pass, and that's how it goes. So, so the call screener said you wanted to ask if morality comes from God.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Indeed.
Well, It does, and I've been watching your show, and I can see that you both are devil worshiping atheists. I mean, you got all the symbolism going. You both have cats, which means that you promote the Egyptian gods. See. That's just horrible. And Amy has the fake aura, the fake halo right next to her, which makes you think that she wants to be God, and James W. So when he's on screen, he's got a lamp behind him, which means that he's turning his back on the light of Jesus, and you just need to find Jesus.
He's been hiding, by the
light
way.
back
That's why
there.
we need to
Yeah,
find him.
yeah.
Yeah, see, you turn your back to the light. You have to face the light. You have to face the light, and then do an oral, or receive an oral of whatever. I mean, orgies. We can have orgies as long as it's only men, because only men can have orgies.
Jesse, did
only
you
men.
know that women
James
could do oral? Did you even know that?
No, women cannot do oral. I mean, they can't, because if you look at if you just look at women, they don't stop talking long enough to perform oral. It's women.
I can't stop yapping. I can't help it. And honestly, why would you want something 15 feet long? Okay.
I feel like they should be gagged. Jesse, do you have a ball gag you could loan Amy so she can stop talking for a minute?
I do. Actually, I have two, but they're both my own balls that I use for those. So it's amazing how they work. Amazing.
Well, Jesse, it has truly been an honor to have you on. I'm trying.
Well, no, you were on my show. You're on my show
right. I'm
now.
sorry.
Call 555-69 beta, and you'll be on the most amazing show on American television, Jesse P Live.
And remember,
soy
I always pee live.
That's right. You can only
soy
pee live.
I always pee live.
Iron is pumped up Iron's pumped up to see it. Everybody's
But
excited.
I have to ask you, Ralph, you at least agree that oral
I'm not
sex...
Ralph. I'm Jesse.
Can I ask you, heterosexual porn is still straight, right?
No. Heterosexual porn is gay. And I can prove it. I can prove it. Do you watch porn?
I do.
And do you watch porn with only women?
No, I watch all kinds of porn. Yeah.
So you watch porn with man and woman?
Yeah.
And if there's a man in the porn, do you want the man to have a small penis, or do you want to have him have a big throbbing cock?
No! I mean, you gotta have like a big cock.
See, and that's why you're gay. You like big cocks.
Well, she is known as a size queen.
Hey, I told you I could prove it.
Oh, come on, Ralph.
Send in love, and also send in love. I think that's Ron White joke.
Ralph wants to send you to jail for 20 years.
He does? Oh my goddess!
Why would you want to send me to jail?
Is it like the good kind of jail where I get like what is it called? They put the hot dog through the hot dog donut, and should be sent to prison for 20 years for porn, Oh my God. Can I just tell you, there is no way you are not kinky as fuck. Like, I'm just telling you, like, I hate to say the track record.
I don't know who House of Commons is, but House of Commons is in denial. The people who are vocal about sending people making porn to jail, those are people watching porn all day. And you need to find Jesus. You need to find Jesus.
Excuse me, what do you know about that? You are just a heterosexual male. What do you know? Completely heterosexual.
So before I found Jesus, I watched porn all day, and nowadays I just make porn because we film all our board meetings. So
I bet you do.
We do.
But Ralph, there is
and all our board meetings are oral.
Oh my! I bet they are.
All of them.
You should get along with Ken Hovind and Matt Powell. You guys should snuggle.
I mean, Matt Powell is a good, white, upstanding man, and I would really like to have a close encounter with Matt Powell.
I bet you would.
He's young, he's virile and white and upstanding.
Man, huh?
Yes, very, very handsome man, and white. He's white, which is important.
And he's not Jewish.
This is important. I know. I was about to say that. But it's totally not important, but somehow important.
It's always important.
Always important.
Black people destroyed America, and we need more white people to go into brown holes.
But he tried to convince Teachup that slaves had more freedom in slavery. Like, what?
Shouldn't they go back to...
That is the equivalent of trying to sell dry wood.
I mean, they did. They could please their master all day, and which is what we don't see black people doing today. Black people need to please the white people more because it's America, and we need to make America amazing again.
Amazing. No, and can I tell you, but like Ralph, he's not just bringing that up. Like Nathan Thompson legit unironically said that. Like he took the Ron White joke that Mr. Jesse Lee just said there and took it seriously. You're not gay if you look at a penis in straight porn. Well, I guess if you are staring at not the woman, like if you put on straight,
if you're
porn
getting aroused by the penis specifically.
But just because, yes, by the penis specifically, but you're not gay for watching straight porn. And holy moly, Orwellian fantasy. Like, that's why I just want to watch whatever porn, or maybe I don't want to watch it. I just want to know what it is.
You might not want to watch.
I know. Dear FBI, I don't want to know. But...
don't touch on the FBI. FBI communists. They raided the new leader's home. They raided it.
It has to be the New World Order because the Old World Order would just be boring. There are whoa. It like the plot keeps on thickening. Like there's no way
they're all gay people. I'm right here. House of Commons. They're all gay people.
Well, wait.
And you need to find Jesus and to find a nice gay accomplice and get it on.
But James,
you need to get it on.
James,
it's amazing.
Amazing. Our track record has been like 5 for 5 at this point. Like anyone that's just sitting
555 69 beta
saying there are no gay people and that porn should be punishable. I mean, you have gay porn on your computer. That's the only thing that I can reasonably deduce at this point. And it's okay. It's okay that you have gay porn on your computer.
He's probably, and if he's about punishment, he only has BDSM. BDSM porn is what he's having.
Which there's nothing wrong with that. We understand. I mean, Kent spanks Matt Powell every night before bed.
Yeah, and definitely.
Okay. We're throwing corn, but I don't think that the fish is going to take bait. To look at my cookies. I do. I want to look at your cookies. Clear that browser history. But Jesse, I have to ask you, we have been calling me skeptical, and we've been asking, and I want to know, what are your final thoughts? Does morality come from religion?
It does. But before I go there, I want to say BDSM, it means Bible discussion and study meeting. That's what it means. It's Christian. We all need to be Christian because the only morality comes from God, and we all have to love a man, Jesus.
That's right. Amen.
And so all men have to be gay because they have to love Jesus and they have to let him come inside them often, every day. And Jesus wants to come in you, House of Commons.
Non-stop.
Often. And a lot.
Jesus.
And you have to embrace him. If you don't want to go to hell, you have to swallow all of it. So how we go to heaven?
He's laying it out to you, Ralph.
Thank you so very much, Jesse Peter Lee Peterson. It has been Jesse P. Exactly.
Jesse P.
It has been
and you can join me,
here.
and you can join me on my show, Jesse P Live.
That's right. In fact, you can call the number on the screen of 555-69
beta.
That's right. Thank you, Jesse. It has been a pleasure having you on. And we are now going to wrap up. Mwah! Lovely having you.
Don't forget, let Jesus come inside you.
Nice to have a real Christian on at the end, you know.
Exactly. At the end, we finally got a real Christian. But we also, we're going to quickly send out love to Patreons, and then I'm going to do in an outro. I guess James and I will both do outros. But
I did mine.
You did, exactly. Okay, so I'll do my outro. We're sending love also to all of the people who sent us. In fact, we want to send love to all of us out there tonight that sent us super chats, who are channel members. In fact, you can become a channel member by clicking that join button.
It's out there.
And getting naturally evolving badges, and also helping us out. The best way is by becoming a Patreon at patreon.com/Amy Newman, including awesome Patreons like we said, sending love, Pat and Dale, and Dave Gar, woohoo, and
Dave
Scott
Gar.
Duke, woo,
that's right, Ralph. Open up your heart.
Rejos, woo,
Rejos, thank you, Rejos.
We do. Dave Gar reminds us that the Earth is round. Scott reminds you that animals, we are animals, not just like they're separated from us. Rejos reminds us we have a skeptic Bible study on this channel. We're in Deuteronomy. The fabulous, wonderful, and amazing Rachel Holland. Woo!
Thanks, Rachel.
Reminds you that we won't kink shame anyone, but non-consensual slavery of the nations around you, kind of a big dick move.
Kind of sucks.
Yeah, kind of sucks. Senator Cato sending love, reminding all of us that the separation of church and state is most important, especially even to theists, because chances are it won't be your denomination in control. Sending love to James Wolfe, reminding us that we do really late night podcasts. Woo! In fact, sometimes you can end up seeing the daytime behind us. And last but not least, sending love to Matt Deig. Woohoo!
Thanks,
In
Matt.
fact, thank you to all of our Patreons, channel members, super chatters, subscribers, and viewers who make this channel even possible. And before we roll out, actually, take a sippy sip.
Have a chug, yeah.
Look, it has
Good night, Uncle Beck.
electrolytes. It's what plants crave. Night, night. The amazing Uncle Beck, who does also a lot of
Good night,
fantastic content with student Dr. Ben. Both of them mentions sending love also to Jason Jacoby. And all right. Before we tuck her out, my outro on the subject. I can't help it. It would normally be an intro, but I wanted to get people on as fast as possible, and I'm glad I did. So I am going to go like this for those sound bites, because Penelope's not watching cat TV. She's nestled over here. But what were we talking about tonight? Well, does morality come from religion? No. I couldn't help myself. Does morality come from religion? No. Though religion sure does try taking credit for every good thing we do. After all, we're just doing the Lord's work, because their ass never shows up, along with the guilt for every bad thing we do. For whom among us does not sin? Well, none of us, because sinning isn't real. That is to say, if sinning is offense towards a God, and a God does not exist, then we ourselves need to figure out what actually is right from wrong. And religion almost always makes things worse. We can see this when it comes to moral issues dealing with the LGBTQ+. If the Bible said, get as many gays stoned as possible, I might have a more open mind. But many of the Abrahamic religions say stone gays to death. So that's either one of the biggest translation errors in history, or something is going on in religion that changes our moral compass. Because morality often comes naturally. I repeat, morality often comes, that's what she said, naturally, or he. Yes, there are socio and psychopaths, but they are the fringe minority, not the majority of the human population. Although we should still be asking difficult ethical questions to hone our thought process. As I was saying before, certain metrics like fairness, kindness, and empathy are naturally occurring in mammals and other animals. Feeling for other people is kind of our shtick. As a social species, it is of no surprise why altruism or other moralistic qualities are actually a good evolutionary thing. nature, may be playing zero-sum games when organisms live or die. But as humans, we can cooperate to achieve our goals. Lastly, we often get into terminology like objective and subjective, where objective means a standard outside of the human experience, whereas subjective stems from an agent's mind. Although theists of a creator deity claim objectivity, they also say this comes from a mind, a perfect mind, which to me makes no sense. If anything, that's the worst combination of both, because this is might makes right. Why is something moral? Well, the really powerful mind said so. Oh. Instead, I see morality as the inverse. Sure, it has objective qualities because our biology are what ethical questions are all about, which often makes theists scratch their head until I point out that whether our head grows back after being cut off matters. Hell, even the same with cutting off a hand if you're going to punish someone for a finite crime like theft, which is where secular laws and those like Sharia, Sharia get into a back and forth. Because yes, morality also has subjective qualities, since we are agents who have minds. We're also not perfect. So what it appears that the more facts we have, the better we become at practicing morality. Which is why I don't buy the is-ought problem. It seems we are actually trending towards society becoming more moral. That's why humans all over the globe who leave their religion are not only not stoning gays, they're defending them. The baggage of these archaic moral systems dropping from their shoulders like weights. Rather, we as a society must judge ethical quandaries by the situation. It's not wise to think of morality in terms of simplistic methodologies. Some situations are going to be tough, in which we, as a people, must figure out what's ethical along with what's not. However, we have a good tool set for us being moral to each other. And almost every standard of happiness is trending up, with violence and other negative metrics trending down. Turn off our 24/7 cable news, look outside, and we'll find this out. Is it just a coincidence that us acting more ethically has a strong correlation with us coming out of the Dark Ages, away from religion, and into the age of enlightenment? I'm skeptical, to say the least. But does morality come from religion? Well, I'm paraphrasing, but some take notice that good people doing good makes a lot of sense. Bad people doing bad, totally normal under the sun. But for good people to do bad, that takes religion. Thank you. Woohoo! And all right, we are now truly gonna wrap up. Because James is like, sending so much love. We are wrapping up because
It's that time of the night.
I do want to send love out there. Standing for Truth recently reached out to me. We're going to be setting up, I think, a few dates coming up in the next month. So it is happening a rematch. Actually, it's hard to believe. I had a debate with Kenobi, but it was more of a discussion. And
With
so,
Brett there,
but it was fun. I'm not hating.
Yeah.
And so, with that though, I do hope that you all had a awesome time on this episode of Call Me Skeptical. Does morality come from religion?
Amazing.
That's right. Amazing.
Oh, thanks.
Where
Bob.
tonight we asked the question and opened up the internet phone lines to ask if morality came from religion for an ethically good time. But I do want to thank my co-host, James W., along with our guests, who I will have to jazz hand. Hold on one second.
You got this, phone?
I do have. This is what happens when I do my speech beforehand or afterhand. Give me 1 second, because now I feel bad. I like giving shout outs, and I definitely wrote it down. You can now see the gears churning. All right. I'm just going to go. I'm going to do it manually, ladies and gentlemen.
There we go.
We are sending love to Nunia, to Mark, to Krish, to Curious, to Jay, to Rebel, to Jesse, to Thomas. Jesse was definitely gonna go for it though. He definitely went for it. He made it. I feel it. And I think that was it.
That's right on.
As well as all of the lovely people in chat. In fact, if you enjoy the show, please do not forget to like, follow, ding, if you're on Twitch, or subscribe, because that will gain you access to that bell icon, which when set to all, will give you reminders to see our premieres or join our live streams. If you were like, God, I'd never catch the live streams, that's how you do it. Or hey, why not leave a comment after the video's done? You could also leave a super thanks, and we will read it as thanks on the next episode. The Skeptic and Rasking Discord server will also be open for the after show. I think James and I both have to go to sleep, but it will be open. So we are opening there. Go have some fun and more Discord fun. I'm going to be getting some roles, talking with Math Pig, and so promote more interaction, more memes, and all sorts of debates and fun. And yeah, sending love out there. Lastly, you can help us make even more content by becoming not only a channel member, but like we said at Patreon, at patreon.com/Amy Newman. I am Amy Newman, and we will see you all on the next episode of Skeptic Ball Z. Good night, everyone.
Bye, guys.
Bye.